Good morning. We are about to start again, so I invite you to take your seats. I don't know if there are still people around. So, good morning and welcome back for the second day of this CLMS General Assembly. We hope you had a good rest as well and some fruitful exchanges yesterday during the day, as you will have the chance today to discuss again with all the other participants. We have a full program again of expert sessions, interactive fishbowls, and strategic insights on how Copernicus is evolving to meet policy, science, and user needs at both European and global levels. But before we begin, again, a quick reminder, please put your phones to silent mode again. Don't forget to put them back on noisy mode after the meeting if you want to. This event is being recorded and live streamed via YouTube. Wi-Fi is accessible. You can find the details at the entrance. And then a special message from the communication team. If you subscribed for tonight's social event, the guided tour of the old city in Krakow, please gather around in the food court area around 18:15. So up here, 18:15. So that the organizing team can double check the presence. They will kind of check you in. Then it's a 2 hours walk around the old city, the event itself. Don't forget your comfortable shoes. And in case you did not subscribe and you still want to join, or if you feel like not joining anymore for whatever reason, please make sure to inform the organizing team at the registration bay by 6 p.m. this evening. So 18:15 here. I think the tour starts at 19, is that correct? Yes, good. So from here to there, you can either take the tram or walk, what you prefer. More questions, contact the organizing team. Good. We begin today with a high-level policy panel addressing the priorities of the new Commission and their implications for the CLMS. I will introduce the speakers, but I would please welcome them on stage first. Kristina Borgman, Juri Krajcic, and Ivan Kulis. Kristina Borgman is Director in DG Agri, Director for CAP Strategic Plans 1, from the Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development as the full name. The Directorate is also responsible for the Integrated Administration and Control System, known as IACS, which is using spatial imagery for its quality assessment. So we are cooperating a lot with those IACS people. Before taking up her current position, she was Director for Assurance and Audit in DG Agri, and previously she also held posts as Head of Unit for Implementation Support, Monitoring, IACS and LPIS, and as Head of Unit for Budget in DG Agri. Also as Member of Cabinet of the former European Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Marianne Fischer-Boel. She has an advanced university degree in political science. Then I have Juri Krajcic, who is Policy Officer in DG Klima. Again, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, because from the unit responsible for land economy and carbon removals. He has extensive experience in EU climate policy, and he currently works on emissions and removals for the land sector, the new EU carbon removal certification mechanism, and the proposed forest monitoring law. That's Juri Krajcic. And finally, we have Ivan Kulis, who's probably known to many people here in the audience, who is Head of Unit in JRC, Head of Unit of the Nature Conservation and Observation Unit of JRC. This is the unit managing our well-known global component of the Copernicus Land Service as well as the KCO, the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation. Thank you all for being here today. So I will join you a bit and try to guide you through the talks here. I would like to start with DG Agri. Can you explain a bit what the current use is of CLMS, the current use of the Copernicus land data, but maybe more expanded the current use of Copernicus data in general in your unit or in your DG?
Yes, it's on. Yes, it's correct that in DG Agri we don't use, let's say, the CLMS very much because basically, but we use a lot of the Copernicus Sentinel data. And we use it, of course, in the scope of what we call the Integrated Administration and Control System, and mostly the area, now also Area Monitoring System. And what we do in the Area Monitoring System, or rather not DG Agri, but the member state, is that they use the Sentinel raw data basically to support the farmers in let's say, doing the right thing and telling the farmers when they are not haven't done things they are supposed to be doing, like mowing land or something. We can send information out to farmers saying it's now time to do it, or the member states do that. And then, of course, we also use it for reporting and monitoring ourselves, so we get data on what's the state of the land and what is happening out there. But again, I say that these are really the raw Copernicus Sentinel data that we use. The use of the CLMS, as I say, is rather limited. We use it for some research purposes, and then again we also use it to populate a sub-indicator we have, which is share of woody landscape features inside the agricultural area. And again, this is the member states who use that because we now have this performance model for agri, so we really are following lots of indicators with the member states, and they can then use the data there. What I want to say, the reason why we use the CLMS limited and is again because there the data is coming a bit too late and is not, the resolution is not high enough for what, that's why we use the raw data, or the member states need the raw data, because we really need real-time information. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And that makes us both users of this big Sentinel-2, in any case, program. So there we share a lot in common as well. Yuri, I think you have more applied use of the land service data itself, or products.
Yes, definitely. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot for having me here today. I'm very happy to be here in Krakow with you today. As Tim has rightly pointed out at the beginning, our unit is responsible for the LULUCF regulations, so emissions and removals from the land sector, and we are also trying to create new business opportunities for farmers, for foresters to do more in their land sector, to do more carbon farming, to do better management, to sequester more carbon. And that's where we use our Copernicus data the most, in particular the CLMS, is to quantify emissions and removals from the sector. Now, when I say us, it's not actually us at DG Klima, but we encourage member states to use as many as possible the remote sensing data that are already out there, that are free of charge, that are there to be used. However, and when I walked down the hallway this morning, I saw quite a number of inspiring posters how member states already use this CLMS data in other Copernicus products. We also have quite a high number of, we invest quite a lot in research and development, such as European projects, such as Horizon, for example, to further develop these products, to see further use cases for these products, to see how to better quantify emissions and removals in terms of, tons of CO2 equivalent. However, what we also see is that there is still quite a lot of, I would say, reluctance or hesitance when using remote sensing data. And I feel that while we have already done quite a lot and we have a lot of products already out there, we will have to do also more to kind of approach these products to the people, to the member states, and overcome these barriers that still sometimes exist between what is out there and who uses them. I think there's much bigger potential than what is currently happening, and we are working quite a lot on that. But of course, we also, I think it's good for everyone to be aware of this challenge, and we need to work together to get there. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I would go to Ivan, not with the same question, because of course your unit is also using even more, doing a lot of things with the Copernicus Land Service. You're one of the interested entities, but you're now sitting here as head of unit of the KCO services. So I would like to know from you, how do you see the information that KCO is gathering, so the information on requirements of a different policies? How do you see that information being ingested in the Copernicus program, and of course in the Copernicus Land part of that as well?
Yes, thank you, Tim, for the question, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I wasn't able to come yesterday because indeed we were having been meeting with some of your colleagues again on Copernicus, but it's really a pleasure to be here and to meet some of you again. So yesterday, I think you already mentioned the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation yesterday on margins of other talks and speeches. Knowledge centers are European Commission entities which in broad sense connect research and policy side, yeah? So that they bridge the two dimensions, if you want. And Knowledge Center for Earth Observation has as one of its main purposes this scope of connecting, of ensuring and catalyzing the uptake of Earth observation for European policies. And in terms of mechanisms that we have, there are currently two main mechanisms that we use. The first one is so-called deep dives, where we zoom into specific policy areas in depth and we develop use cases, a little bit like what you were talking about. We had a deep dive on biodiversity. We had a deep dive on urban climate adaptation, and we are currently finalizing the deep dive on compliance. So these are really, if you want, mechanisms through which we zoom into specific topics, yeah? And then we have a broad brush study, which we are currently conducting with 12 policy DGs, with 12 services in Brussels, policy services in the Commission, where we look at 65 pieces of current and future legislation, and we try to see what is the potential for uptake of Earth observation in this specific legislation, yeah? And basically, this allows us, Tim, to get the policy requirements. Yeah? And then the question is, how do we inject that back into Copernicus? So what we do once we have these policy requirements, we translate them into technical requirements. Yeah? And this allows us to identify, if you want, ideal set of products, which we call last mile applications, which can really help to connect very directly and in a very targeted way the policy need and Earth observation, yeah? So for example, we developed some use cases in the biodiversity deep dive, and one of the specific applications that came up was wetlands, yeah? So there we decided to take this further. So now the question is, how do we bring this into Copernicus? And I would say there are two questions that we ask ourselves continuously. The first one is, how do we prototype this last mile policy application? Okay, and that can be done by the JRC, that can be done by the research community, but that can also be done by the services. Yeah? So if there is a specific need for prototyping for a very specific policy application, and this prototyping can be done, for example, starting from a current existing product, that's one of the things that services can do, and in that sense also the land service. The other question that we ask ourselves continuously is, okay, once we prototype, okay, how do we ensure the sustainability? And obviously the power of Copernicus is services, because services offer sustainability of products. So then the second question that the land service should also ask itself is, okay, once we have a prototype, once we have a new product that has been developed and that is becoming operational, how do we bring it into the land service? Yeah. Yeah, so I would say these are the two main paths of bringing the policy needs and connecting them with the research community and also with technical requirements.
Thanks a lot. So those are the general principles. I guess many people would have more detailed or technical questions, so don't hesitate to come and talk to Ivan in the coffee break. You touched upon a lot of things that Klima or Agri also have. So if there are products that are required or so, KCO is one of the ways to get it forward and put it in Copernicus. I would like to take a step back maybe, and maybe I'll start with Yuri now. Can you tell us a bit more about what the key priorities are for next year or next years? So current MFF still in your unit or in your DG.
So I would like to point out on our newly adopted carbon removal certification regulation, the carbon removals and carbon farming regulation that was adopted late last year by the 27 governments and by the European Parliament. So it has now entered into force. And this regulation aims to certify carbon removals if a land manager, a farmer, a forester engages in carbon certification schemes, if they do a good job, if they do more to sequester more carbon, and it aims to provide new business opportunities for farmers, for foresters, if they're doing a good job when moving to a better land management. Now, if we want to, so now what we are currently working on quite intensively is the actual methodologies on how we need to operationalize this framework, because the framework sets out general principles, and one of these general principles is the quantification. Of course, if you want to certify a certain amount of carbon that has been sequestered in soils, in biomass, in forests, in agricultural land, and so on, we need to know how much of that carbon is in there. And we are now finalizing these methodologies that will be part of the secondary legislation, and hopefully from 2026 onwards, operators, what we call operators, so farmers and foresters, land managers, will be already able to engage in these carbon certification schemes. And as I mentioned already, the quantification, so really speaking in terms of tons of CO2 equivalent, how much did a certain farmer, did a certain forester manage to sequester in their land, we will need highly accurate and up-to-date data. And this is where we see Copernicus data sets as very valuable. First of all, because they are wall-to-wall, cover the entire EU. They come free of charge for the operators, so no additional burden for farmers and foresters. It's simplification in a way. It provides level playing field. Everyone can use them. So this is where we really, in the next maybe short term and midterm, we see a lot of potential for Copernicus.
Thank you, and I think it will probably occur in the general analysis which KCO is doing and where needs are coming up. Christina, what would you add to that for Agri?
Well, I was afraid of repeating myself, but I'll say what our main concern in the current MFF is, of course, that the CAP must deliver on performance. And to do that, at the same time, we don't want this to be an administrative burden, neither on member states nor on the farmers. Not an administrative burden. We want things to happen out there, and that's why they need to use these new technologies, and that's why we based ourselves on the Sentinel, not just on the Sentinel data, but also on the services where people can read the data, but of course also to make sure that we have the satellites up there so that they can deliver the data. But it's really something that should help both the member states' administrations in that they can now monitor, and they have 100% monitoring of the land and what is happening, and we're talking real-time monitoring. But also, again, as I said before, the farmers, so that's really, so they can keep on delivering this performance, and that they are being told this is what needs to happen. And we are able to afterwards monitor, and we also have the reporting like Yuri is talking about. And there we really think that the integrated administration and control system that has, you know, both has a link to all the farmers, but also has the link to this Sentinel data, is also one that can be used for other things, so that we have this reporting on performance, but also later on a place where should be the only place where the farmer is reporting on everything that's happening, and we need to develop these technologies more so that everything comes together in one place and it's easy for everybody, and we can then afterwards also use it in all the monitoring we need for the policies. Thank you.
Thanks, and that touches upon my next question, because I was going to ask, do you see possibilities for Earth observation-based services to increase potential for an increase of Earth observation-based services for your work? You partially gave the answer already.
Yeah, but if I can be maybe more technical data, I mean, right now we use it. We can see crop cover, we can see mowing events, as I mentioned, but we still need a higher resolution, for instance, to check on land abandonment or non-productive areas, which is also very important policy-wise, but also, of course, for the environment. And that's why there are particular geographical features like mountains and unusual shaped parcels and so on that right now we cannot use the Sentinel data for, so we really, or the services, so we really need more. We need the technology to keep on developing so we can continue on this path that we're on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Yuri?
I can a little bit echo what Christina has also said. We are always in favor of higher granularity, higher timeliness, more real-time data, more up-to-date data, because if you want to create new business opportunities, it will be essential that we have yearly data, because that's how usually companies need their reporting to be able to, report their emissions and the removals in their value chains. But I think also from the in climate mitigation and climate resilience, we talk, our language of speak is the tons of CO2. If we want to know how much we have contributed to climate, how much benefit we have contributed, we need to speak in tons of CO2 equivalent. And I think this is a little bit essentially this would be the step that we need to take from what is currently out there when it comes to Copernicus services. I think the development so far has been amazing, has been great. We have wall-to-wall CLMS, for example. We have wall-to-wall land cover, land use data sets. We even can go back in time. Copernicus has been able to reproduce some time series going back. But I think it would be really great if at the European level we would have a layer that would tell us how much of carbon is emitted in a certain plot of land, or how much carbon is sequestered in a certain plot of land over a certain period of time. For example, 1 year. That would be the most straightforward, most logical things to do, because all the reporting also, according to the EU regulations, such as LULUCF, are done yearly. I think this would, so there is still quite a lot of research going on. As I said at the beginning, we are investing quite a lot in Horizon Europe projects and similar projects. It involves some kind of modeling, post-processing of remote sensing data, of Copernicus data, however we want to call it. But it would be great, and it would really facilitate this uptake of carbon farming. It would really facilitate creating new business opportunities for farmers, for foresters, if there were a layer, a data set at the EU level that everyone could use, that would speak in terms of tons of CO2. So this is this tiny little step that I think would be nice if we do to make things even more useful.
Thank you. I think that counts as a very concrete requirement of a policy requirement. So, Ivan, I will not ask you exactly the same question, because you probably see a lot of potential for increase of EU-based services. But how would, concretely from the point of view of KCO, how would CLMS could become more policy relevant? And there are some elements that you already presented.
No, indeed. I think this connects very well. So, as I mentioned previously, we run this broad brush survey of 65 policy areas, and we are trying to think what are these last mile policy applications. And I think this is an example of a last mile policy application. You know, it's that additional step, something that you need to add, that is going to unlock a very specific use that is going to be relevant for European policies, for private sector, for business opportunities. Yeah, and then what we see. Well, I would also say that when we talk with policy services, what we see is that land service is indeed one of the most referenced services. So it's already very much used in environmental monitoring and beyond. And then, you know, the usual suspects, I would say, the usual suspects which are already mentioned here, if we think how to make it more policy relevant, the first thing that comes almost very regularly when we talk to policy DGs is higher temporal frequency, higher resolution, higher spatial resolution of some biophysical elements. Yeah. Then there is the aspect of indicators. Yeah. Can we have? It's a little bit what Christina was saying. You know, can we have a reference set of products from which we can then monitor different policies and use maybe same indicators across different set of policies? Yeah. And the third one is, if you listen, for example, to your example, yeah, you know, it has to, well, also to the performance of CAP. You know, these are very specific cases which need also high precision and high reliability. So I would say veracity of data, uncertainty and expressing uncertainty and ensuring that we measure uncertainty in the proper way. These are the elements that will make the products even stronger for policy use. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. So that means that KCO still has a lot of work inside, and we as well from the CLMS side, we know what to do. I would like to come back to you, to Agri and Klima. Maybe Christina to start. If we then look to the next MFF, so next multi-annual financial framework, starting 28, 7 years period again. If you look at that longer term, what would you like to see reinforced there as far as Agri is concerned?
Well, I think looking also at last year's experience with the sending up of Sentinel satellites, first and foremost, we really have to have more availability and more stability of the satellites themselves. And as it's also partly financed from the MFF, I think that's for everyone here in the room and everybody who's using this, including down to each farmer in the European Union, and it's more than 5 million. That is important. So I would say that's the first thing. Then, of course, the next thing is that if we could use get the raw data earlier and a higher resolution. We've talked about it, spectral, spatial resolution, all of it is important because, for instance, right now we are buying VHR imagery to do our quality assessments of the area monitoring system. And, you know, it's an expense and it's also, and it doesn't cover all of Europe, and it would be much better if we could get it via the Sentinel data. And then I think also, basically this, as Ewan was saying, to be able to help the member states better in getting the data and interpreting the raw data. As I said, right now, all member states are setting up their own systems, and if we could have something more at European level, at least that they could draw from if they are not able to do it themselves. So I think those are the priorities. Thanks.
So that's last mile support coming back again. It's good to know. And Yuri?
Maybe I think Ivan started quite nicely in his previous intervention, saying that, you know, land involves many uses, many different aspects and so on. And maybe perhaps I take a step back and say that, yes, indeed, the land sector is a very horizontal topic, very horizontal field. It involves many farmers, involves many foresters, involves many different decision makers at member state level. We have climate, we have agriculture, we have forestry, and so on. We have spatial planning, and so on and so forth. And if we want to I would say, trigger the most cost-effective investment in land, the most efficient policy making inland, being from the point of view of agriculture, being from the point of view of climate, being from the point of view, of course, I did mention the very important, I forgot to mention a very important point, is the whole bioeconomy that is dependent on the land sector. We have biomass and so on, circular economy. If you want to create, or if you want to foster the most cost-effective interventions in the land sector, the most cost-effective policies, allocate public funds in the most cost-effective way, if we want to mobilize private money in the most cost-effective way, we need to create, I think, we need very good data sets, and we need very good data pertinent to the land sector. We need to know what's going on there in a very accurate and detailed way, as Ivan has mentioned before, because we need to create this certainty, and we have to, I would say, provide this information for informed decision-making at all levels. So at policy-making level in member state, but also at stakeholder level, because at the end of the day, the farmers and the foresters, the land managers, are the ones who apply these policies and are, at the end of the day, responsible, or they are the ones applying the policies and measures that will benefit climate. So I think this is what we need to bring together based on highly accurate data, based on high accuracy. This is what we need to bring together in the next couple of years, or in the midterm.
So that's basically ongoing work, and we will keep on going in that direction. Thank you. Christina, I have a question for you explicitly, because you have a long career and we heard that you're about to retire, and that's very soon. Have you seen, or how have you seen, the Earth observation-based information evolve along all these years? Because you were in a preferred position, I think, to see it evolving. And what are the major changes during all the time that you would highlight?
Well, of course, I'm seeing this all the time with the glasses of agriculture and so on. So I think the real major change that made Earth observation so important was the introduction of the land parcel identification system. So we started with this aerial imagery, and it was a question of when the planes could fly over and so on. It was really rather basic. And then with the satellites coming, we got the satellite imagery, and I remember when it was like the European Commission is the biggest civil customer in the world of these satellite images, not data, as today. So, but really that I think changed the whole way of thinking of both how you can control your expenditure, but also just as much how you can help the farmers in saying what is going on with your land. And so it was really this start that we wanted first to control. We wanted to be sure what the farmers had, but in fact it evolved and it became something like this is a way to help farmers, and precision farming also came from there. But really the big change was starting to have this land parcel identification system and really knowing what's out there and what's the land, and so that there are no double claims and anything, but also having the knowledge of the land. And then of course that meant that after we got the satellite data, then we could start having this what we call control by monitoring. So instead of monitoring, but again, control is really the wrong word, because we have changed it into something. How do we help the farmers do actually the planned activities on the land that we would like to have in order to get the performance, in order to get the benefit for the environment and have sustainable agriculture out there. But the big change, I think, was the land parcel identification system and this thinking. And really, I can tell you, I've been up against a lot of hierarchy. It was like, what are you doing? And satellites and forget it and all this. And we kept on saying that this would work. And we supported the member states in doing it, also with the JRC, of course. But the member states administration also took this on board. But it only really caught on when we turned it into something that helps the farmers as well. So. But really the land parcel identification system, I think, changed the whole thinking about this. Now all of you are in here thinking about how can we use this data for all kind of different purposes. But here we were really pioneers at the time, I mean, with the JRC, and it's very nice to see that it has, you know, become a success, and now it's being used by so many different people. And so I think I can retire after 31 years in the Commission, feeling okay about it. Thank you.
That's for sure. And on top of that, you're mentioning the LPIS. That's another example of in situ data, which is coming back time after time again, that it's so important. We do have our satellites above giving us a data stream, but we cannot do anything without it if you don't have proper in situ data. I would like to wrap up this very interesting session, and I still have one question for all three of you. I'll start maybe with Ivan. Just in general, are there any take-home messages that you would like to share with the public, with the audience of the land service here today?
Yeah, thanks. Well, what I would say is look at geopolitics. Look what's happening. Yeah? We have questions such as, will Landsat data be publicly available still, you know, or not, or maybe only for US companies? We don't know. And then think of Copernicus. Think how precious this asset is. Think how well it was built, and think about the services. Yeah, actually, it is the services that give it continuity. It is the services that drive this thing, okay? And they drive it by collecting user needs and translating them into technical requirements and having then the whole value chain of up to the things that fly up there, the satellites, as Christine was saying before. So it's such a precious asset. I think the key message for me here is we have built something which is powerful, which is technically strong, which is policy relevant, and which is sustainable. And I would say that in the world of today, it's really, really a powerful asset that we have.
Thank you. Yuri?
So I think that in the EU, the land sector is one of our biggest natural resources. It's one of our most valuable assets. And if we want to be a good, père de famille, as we like to call it, we need to bring together all the policymakers. We need to bring together public funds. We need to bring together. We need to mobilize also private money to do more for circular economy, to do more to create more removals, to create the sustainable and circular bioeconomy of the future. And I would say that good data sets, high quality data, high quality information on what's going, and real-time data, as Christina has mentioned several times today. We need to know what's going on in our land sector in order to be able to make informed decisions, in order to be able to respond to natural disturbances, to respond to the challenge of climate change, and creating a more resilient land sector in the future. And so good data sets, good data are at the core of this decision making, I would say.
Thank you. And then finally, Christina.
Well, I think I've made my point, but maybe I will just finish with some data that maybe I should have said in the beginning. I know I keep on talking about IACS, the Integrated Administration and Control System, but actually for financial year 2024, 80% of the CAP expenditure was for IACS expenditure. And that is, we are talking about 44 billion euros. So we think we are, well, we know, and we are one of the main users of the Copernicus data exactly for this policy. But it would be great if we could combine it with CLMS and more services put together. And well, we say it again, so we are sure you got the point. Real-time data is what we really need. And I believe that CLMS is also promising in that. So that would be my, and everything that my colleagues have talked about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Real time, we do have a few data sets already, or products, but due to the way the land service is being constructed, it doesn't work for all products, of course. Okay, we do have some time for questions. So from the audience, is there anybody who wants to ask a question to any of these three very experienced people?
Thank you very much. My name is Carsten Brockmann. The session was called Priorities of the New Commission, and I think I learned quite a lot on where to go, where the ideas are, or where the requirements are going. Specifically, thanks for to Yuri. I think this was very interesting. But for me, it was a lot of continuation of what we did so far. And if you could highlight what are the differences in priorities compared to the previous Commission.
For all three, but please.
Okay, so I'm giving the honor to go first. I would say in terms of priorities of the new commission, when it comes specifically to the environmental part, I think there is a move that goes more towards implementation. Yeah, so there will be a lot of focus on implementation of the Green Deal. Let's say that the previous commission was really very broad in terms of setting a lot of frameworks on how to strengthen the green part, and now it's very much about implementation. And I would also say it's very much about the burden. So another thing that we probably should be all thinking about is how we can use Earth observation to alleviate the reporting burden. I think this was mentioned already or implied in some of the responses. Yeah. So I would say these would be the two big things. It's the burden and implementation of the green. And then obviously, if you think in a broader sense, there is the aspect of competitiveness. Yeah, this is something else that is also interesting for us. And you spoke about the private sector and how we can strengthen the links there as well. Thanks.
Something to add still, or?
Well, I think in beginning of, no, mid-February, the new Commissioner for Agriculture, new as since December, published the vision for agricultural policy, and in there you would really see, or it was of course the college that published this vision, but there you would see a real focus on new technologies, and I think that's new, that it's sort of put into even into the vision. So if you're asking how is it new, and then I would say that you said we were talking about a lot of continuity, but no, not continuity, but evolution. Keep on evolving on how we use the technologies, and that's really present there. And to use it for simplification, but also to use it for delivering on performance. And those are sort of the main things that are the new Commission has put forward on the side of the CAP. Thank you.
Thanks. And Yuri?
A lot has been said. Perhaps just to add that we are working quite a lot on incentivizing, on providing more incentives. So in mobilizing also private funds, as Ivan has already mentioned. I think we need to mobilize the entire society, also for climate action and for other part, and for to create more removals and for to create a new bioeconomy. And in terms of, so I think it's also a lot about, streamlining reporting requirements, and that's where satellites, remote sensing, this semi-automation, if you want, comes in very handy, where we simplify things, when we streamline things, where we use models, we make it more, we make it faster and less burdensome. And then in terms of course, you're probably all aware that the Commission published not long ago the 2040 communication, so we will also need to look at the post-2030 climate framework under the new Commission. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I hope that answers your question, your very right question indeed, and it highlights a bit where the new Commission will put its accents. Are there other questions in the audience? There, I see a hand.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice speech. My question is regarding to, I heard a lot of high resolution, high revisit. So my question is, how do you see the upstream part? Because let's say most of the inputs for doing all the production chains come from the satellite data. So how do you see the job that has to be done on upstream part in order to support your request?
I don't know if any of you want to reply on this.
Okay,
This
I mean,
would be
yeah, what we can say is that I mean, we see this as it's the whole value chain, right? That goes from the requirements, right? So that's why we have services and that's why we have user needs. And then what we always try to reconstruct is the technical requirements, and then these are actually translated. Well, these technical requirements serve first to understand the gaps, okay, to map the current existing, if you want, ecosystem of products and to what extent products can be used already to address certain policy needs, to what extent they need to be evolved. And then in the end, indeed, there is the upstream part, okay, and there we work very closely with European Space Agency, and we are in close contact with them. And an example is, for example, if you think about CO2 mission that is about to launch, and that is about to launch soon, then this is a clear example where we had a specific policy need that came from very specific, indeed, regulation and legislation that was then translated back upstream. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. That's indeed, and the colleagues of ESA are here as well to make a presentation later on. But it's always starting from the requirements. So it's not that because it's technically possible, we put some satellite in the air or in space that has high resolution. No, there has to be a reason for it. And yeah, that's indeed how we try to connect the dots. I still have time for one question, if there is still a question in the audience. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Nyakundi. I come from the Kenya Space Agency. I want to thank our panelists for what they have presented. We've got to see the view how the European Commission has been able to adopt the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service data. And my question is, as Africa is coming up with more space agencies and getting more interest into the use of this data, how are we able to adopt some of the applicational areas that the Commission has been able to implement, for example, in the land management practices, in agriculture, in the carbon management practices? How are we able to, as Africa, not really as Kenya, how are we able to benefit from these already established protocols so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so that we're able now to come up to a given level that we're able to also contribute to the program? Thank you.
I don't know, Yuri, if you have an idea on how to, or Ivan maybe.
Go. Okay, I can go on that. I can start. Okay, so thank you for the question. Well, I think that overall there is a very strong collaboration between, if you want, the European part and the Africa on space. Okay, to give you a few examples, we had in 2023 there was the first EU-Africa space dialogue. Okay, and it's the first time actually, you know, the EU has space dialogues with countries like Japan, like Canada. This was the first space dialogue with a continent. Okay, then we had recently the launch of Africa Space Agency, which was very important because it gives also very good connection, for example, to European Space Agency to interact. And we recently had the launch of Africa of Space Partnership Program, okay, which is the big collaboration that takes current partnership programs between EU and Africa further. So currently you have the GMES in Africa, okay, which is a very important partnership where there is an attempt to enhance the use of Earth observation data for policy making. And I would say overall use of Earth observation data for decision making, yeah, on all levels, yeah. From the GRC side, we are quite involved because we have something which we call eStation, which is a very specific, if you want, processing platform which allows you to take the satellite data and to customize it to understand your local environment, to monitor it, and, for example, to plan for the floods, for the droughts, for the agricultural aspects. Yeah. So in terms of how this can be strengthened further, I would say that even in the GMES in Africa, there is still a space to use more Copernicus data. Yeah. So I think this is one of the first things that we see as a potential for further enhancement that will be one of the pillars for the Space Partnership Program, which, by the way, has just been recently launched officially at the launch of the, very close to the launch of Africa Space Agency. Yeah. Then I would say another thing that we see more as increase is actually using Earth observation data for decision support systems. Yeah, it's really taking different bits and pieces of information and allowing local users, local policymakers, or national policymakers really to use the data for the planning and for monitoring of their assets. You know, be it environment, be it urban, for example. Yeah. So I think my point here is that there is already quite a strong collaboration. Okay, there is certainly intention from the Commission to strengthen this even further through the Space Partnership Program, and there will be certainly an enhanced collaboration with Africa Space Agency through the colleagues on the European side and also the Commission. So I think we have a lot of potential, and there are already specific mechanisms which are in place. So maybe that's one thing to start from. And obviously then we can engage in further conversation on how we can further enhance it.
Thank you. And maybe if you have very specific questions, you can still go and talk to Ivan. But tomorrow we also have the session with the countries outside Europe where these aspects will be discussed. I don't know, Yuri, if you had nothing really to add. Good. Then I want to thank our three speakers for this very interesting session, and send them back with a warm applause. Next, we have a presentation by two ESA colleagues on the expanding technical and thematic aspects, capacities of Copernicus, and that will be brought by Mark Paganini, who's technical officer, and Federica Marando, who's biodiversity applications scientist in ESA.
Is it the mic? Yes. So, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for inviting ESA to contribute to the General Assembly. For myself, it's the first time that I'm coming here, but I have some colleagues already joined the previous versions, and we decided to go with a joint presentation with Federica, and we wanted to address two aspects, I want to say. One is, of course, the new capabilities that are coming, especially with the expansion missions, but also the Earth Explorers, and you will see that some are extremely relevant for the CLMS, those related obviously to land monitoring. And then we have, in our teams, and actually Federica and myself, we work in the same teams in doing R&D for different application domains, and we wanted to show a bit what we are doing and how it can't actually be transferred or materialized in some CLMS services, and some recommendations at the end that we would like to pass to you. We'll do it in a different way than the colleagues from GRC and EA yesterday. So Federica will do the first part, and then I will take over from her and finish with recommendations. Federica.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Federica Marando, and thanks so much for having ESA here. It's really a pleasure, and also from my side, it's also the first time being in the General Assembly. So I guess most of you already know what is the European Space Agency, but let me just start with a few words on it anyways. So ESA is an intergovernmental organization. We have our own member states. We have 23 currently. And the mission is to ensure that the member states, their space research and technologies are advanced, and of course for exclusively peaceful purposes. And we are based in the ESA Center for Earth Observation, that is located in Frascati, near Rome in Italy. And we work to ensure that the raw data that is coming from satellite, we're talking about analysis-ready data, is also translated to specific applications, so we can call it more policy-ready data. And as you can see here, our work is really based on the international policies on the environment. Everything that we do is deeply rooted in these policies on the needs that are emerging, and to ensure that the data that we provide, but we talk especially about workflows, are also not especially scientifically relevant, but also usable and actionable. And in our R&D activities, we start from, we try to follow an empowerment part starting from the consultation with the users and the community of stakeholders to ensure that their perspective is considered starting from the code development and code design phase, and also to test this solution in some large-scale demonstrations and prototyping this solution, and up to their full operational uptake at scale. And here we have a nice overview of the satellite missions that are currently operated by ESA. We have the science or Earth Explorer missions that have a strong, let's say, experimental component, the meteorological missions, but also the fully operational Copernicus satellites consisting in the families of the Sentinel satellites that provides, which are, let's say, the space component of the Copernicus program. And now I would like to give you a few examples, a couple of examples of the science or Earth Explorer missions with, first of all, FLEX. I don't know why the title is not showing up. Anyways, it's the Fluorescence Explorer, and it's the first one of its kind. It's the first space-borne satellite that provides fluorescence measurements from space. This is a very weak signal that is very important. It's a key indicator for vegetation health, and it will be provided at a resolution of 300 meters. It's a really key indicator because the fluorescence can provide, let's say, an early warning signal for stress in vegetation way before visible signs are evident on the structure or in the greenness of the leaves. And then we have the newcomer, this is the biomass missions. It was launched less than 1 month ago from the ESA spaceport in French Guiana. And it's the first one that will carry a P-band SAR sensor for interferometric imaging. And this satellite will also be capable not only to penetrate the cloud cover, but also very deep in the forest canopy, and to measure the woody part below and up to the forest floor to track more accurately how much carbon is actually stored in forests, and also to provide more accurate insights on the forest carbon cycle and climate change, of course. And Europe is also, of course, expanding on the satellite fleet of the Sentinel missions. These are the so-called Sentinel expansion mission with the 6 new upcoming missions. And this will ensure that, the continuation of the observation capabilities, but also to expand on further applications domain that are stemming from the collection of the requirement with a continuous user consultation process that was led by the European Commission, and to which, of course, also the Copernicus services actively participate. And for the sake of time, I just will focus on 3 of these missions that are more relevant for land applications. So the first one is SHINE, that will be the first hyperspectral satellite. It carries a hyperspectral sensor with a spectral range from the visible to the short infrared range, with more than 200 spectral bands that will be then possible to detect with more accuracy some biophysical and biochemical properties of vegetation, but also soil, minerals and water, and potential applications for crop stress detection, for instance, but also water quality and food security. And it will have also quite a nice spatial resolution of 30 meters and will cover land and coastal areas up to 300, around 400 kilometers from the shoreline. Then we have the land surface temperature mission that will detect land surface temperature and will advance and expand the capabilities of Sentinel-3 with a higher spatial resolution that will be 50 meters. And very relevant applications area will be the supporting of agriculture management services. So it will be possible to have a more precise estimation, for instance, of evapotranspiration, but there will also be some additional applications like, for instance, urban island monitoring. And then we have, lastly, as an example, Roselle, which is would be the first L-band SAR mission from the Sentinel expansions missions. So this will be a bit, this wavelength of the SAR, it's a bit longer than the currently existing CSAR Sentinel-1, so it will be capable of penetrating a bit deeper into the forest canopies, but not so much like the biomass that we saw before, but still would be very relevant for having a more precise estimation of biomass, but also land cover type or agriculture crop mapping estimation, and also soil moisture monitoring. I don't know why the formatting is like this, but in any case, this is what, just to show you that this, in order to prepare the user communities to this upcoming Sentinel expansion mission, the European Commission has, in partnership with our ESA Directorate of Earth Observation Program, established this Sentinel User Preparation, or SUP, initiative that will fund a number of projects that will then simulate the data that is coming from this upcoming mission, and to ensure the rapid uptake of solutions once they will be available. So talking about the first branch of this funding scheme, that is called SUP1, or Application Preparedness with Stakeholders and End User, we have received a number of 43 proposals, and 19 of them were selected and are currently ongoing. And this will cover all the ranges of the different sensor emissions, the 6 satellites, and will cover also a wide range of high priority applications, for instance, food system agriculture, soil management, and coastal management. These were collected on the basis of requirements with the user consultation. And just to give you a few examples of the projects that are currently ongoing, I will give you 3 examples. The Aqua SUP is a project entirely dedicated to aquatic applications and will be focusing on both inland and coastal water. And the project that is led by EOMAP will simulate CHIME and LSTM data with some test studies located across Europe, but also in Australia. This is not shown in the map, but the project will really identify novel indicators, for instance, for the mapping of coastal seagrasses, the benthic characterization, but also water security and quality, and water temperature. Then we have EO for Resilience that is led by SARMAP. This project will create essential biodiversity variables on the basis of Roselle and CHIME simulated data to understand how biodiversity provides and confers resilience to stressor, and especially forest resilience to drought. And the project will be testing these applications in 3 forest test sites located in Europe across a grading of progressive drought. And finally, as a last examples, we have the Hitwise project that is led by Brockman Consult, and here we have Carsten on the lead for this. And Hitwise is focused on urban applications and will simulate CHIME and LSTM data in 3 test cities, Athens, Helsinki, and Berlin, and for providing maps of thermal properties of urban materials, but also more advanced local climate zone maps, and to characterize the water quality in cities. Then I would like to give you a few examples of our projects that are currently ongoing or have recently concluded on biodiversity and terrestrial ecosystems. This one was actually recently concluded last year, the People EA project. People is an umbrella term for some of our projects that are a bit more pioneeristic, that are exploratory still, and it's dedicated to ecosystem accounting. It's led by Vito in collaboration with an international consortium and with the National Statistical Institute and the Environmental Agency in the 5 European countries to provide a blueprint for the integration of Earth observation data into ecosystem accounting workflows. And the work would really be to provide an open source environment to integrate the Earth observation workflows and with existing ecosystem accounting models, such as the ones that are developed under the INCA project with the Jersey. And of course, a nice R&D was produced that you can check on the website that is here above the map. These are some examples of the outputs of the People EA project. So for each of the different ecosystem accounts, for extent, they mapped the habitats in Greece. And for instance, we have also these ecosystem condition indicators, that is an indicator integrating different variables such as NDVI or soil organic carbon that can provide an indication of the condition in time, a trend. And finally, also ecosystem services, also very important. Here we have a map for the wood provision service in Slovakia. Then this project was also recently started in October 2024. I have the pleasure of following it as technical officer. It's called People Eco, and is dedicated to enhancing the ecosystem conservation, and is carried out in very close collaboration with NGOs and civil society that are active in ecosystem conservation to gather their needs. And the objective is twofold, and will be, first of all, to monitoring the currently existing protected areas and their condition and how effective the management of these areas is, but also to identify further potential sites that are in need to be protected, so high priority areas. So these projects are really encouraging a strong collaboration with the user community to tailor these solutions to the specific needs. And lastly, we have this very interesting project that is called Lyon, and is focused on nature finance, and is led by University of Oxford, with currently a wide range of early adopters that are contributing to this project. And this project is based on this consideration that, unfortunately, at the moment, most financial activities are resulting in an effective harm to the natural environment, but also at the same time, more and more the financial stakeholders, but also private companies, are recognizing that this damage to the ecosystem, the loss of nature, is not only an environmental issue, but is also associated with a concrete financial risk. So Lyon will try to develop solutions that can be used for the financial decision making at scale, and to produce solutions that are fit for purpose for the specific corporate application, and solutions that are transparent and usable and can underpin the transition of the corporate and financial environment into a more, let's say, nature positive practices. And I think this was my last slide, and I will pass to Mark now.
Okay, so this is quite an important project that we just started recently, which is called the World Ecosystem Extend Dynamics. So the objective of that project, actually Vito is leading that project, is to develop globally applicable solutions for the mapping of ecosystem types. So we go a bit beyond the land cover here. So we want to map actually the extent and the distributions on the terrestrial freshwaters and coastal ecosystems according to different ecosystem typology. We are very closely linked to the policies here. And I think something we need to consider, because yesterday I saw that you had the global map of land cover with the 11 classes. Here there's a typology which is called the IUCN Global Ecosystem Typology, the GATT, that has been adopted both by the UNCEA on the system of environmental economic accounting for the ecosystem accounting, but also by the CBD to report on some of the headline indicators. And in the EU, there is a new EU typology that has been defined by Eurostat as part of the new regulations on ecosystem accounting. So the point here is really to match these typologies and to have a system that is flexible enough in order to adapt to the different typologies. So we are going to do this, so we have a very good team, I must say. We are going to do this with a number of demonstrations. It's a proof of concept. And there will be a full European demonstrations as well that we are trying to validate as much as we can with the countries that we have involved. What is important for me, I mean, my recommendation, and CLMS needs to look at this. It's highly visible from a policy in the policy domain, but more than this, there is even an activity now in the geocontext and the group analysis observations where they're developing this global ecosystem of Atlas, to which we are contributing as well. But these ones are tools that we are developing for countries, and that we will make available in OpenEO on the CDSC. I'll come to this because maybe one of the recommendations I will have is actually to think more and more for CLMS to have on-demand services for countries to use Copernicus data, and this could be part of the CLMS. The EBVs, so we discussed, I'm not sure that we discussed a bit the ECVs. I think somebody mentioned this. I mean, it has been used a lot within the climate community, especially by the climate modelers. The EBVs, essential biodiversity variables, have been defined in 2012 for some time. For some reasons, actually, they have not yet been fully implemented at the same level as the ECVs, but they are definitely a very important topic. And we are going, I mean, we've been thinking of launching an activity on EBVs for some time, but we want to connect this also to the indicators of the global biodiversity framework that has been adopted by the CBD, so to make it fully policy relevant. And so we are collaborating with the McGill University, who have the secretariat of the GeoBond. And what we would like is actually, again, on OpenEO, to have data processing pipelines for EBVs up to the indicators, so up to the policy indicators, starting with the headline indicators and moving into the other ones as well, and connect this to Bond in a Box, which is the sort of data platforms that GeoBond is using for biodiversity. So it's important, you have to think about this also, to connect what you are doing to the existing data platforms that are used within the community you are targeting. That's really the message I want to pass with this one. So the call will be open in September. Moving to agriculture and food security, I'll try to be fast on this. World Cereal, it's a project, I don't know why, all the projects I'm showing are all led by Vito. For this one, I think they've done really a great job in developing systems for the global mapping of crop, land and crop types for various applications, and you see some of the applications on these slides. One of the objectives of these projects was first to come with a global data set as a proof of concept, which has been done in 2021, and there were 11 crop types that we included in this product. Essentially on cereals that we had, and because that's actually the subject of the projects. But more than this, again, we are developing a sort of toolbox, workflows or data processing pipelines that we will put on OpenEO, on the CDSC. And that's something I want to say, is that we we believe, of course, on the usefulness of the global data sets. Think about CLMS here, and it makes a lot of sense, but we know that we can get better product for countries if they use their own data. So the idea is to go with a sort of pre-trained model at a global scale that we did in the first step, and then allow countries to retrain this model with their own data in order to get to a better product. So that's definitely a sort of a process that you could consider as well in the CLMS. The next project, agro-commodities. I mean, yeah, that's related to the new regulations, EUDR on certain commodities that are negative, let's say, and related to deforestations and forest degradations. It's a project that we just started, and Garth is leading that one. We defined, again, I mean, we want to be really policy-driven, so we started with the requirements from the competent national authorities that are responsible for monitoring the compliance of the operators and the traders in this field. And around in the 11 commodities that are listed in the regulations, we are starting by addressing 4 of them. And it's, again, I mean, this will be a sort of proof of concept, but I think this was said many times, I think yesterday as well, that we need to distinguish natural forest from tree plantations. And this is, I've seen this in many of the policies, even in the UNCCD, in the different contexts, let's say. Definitely in the biodiversity, but also in the UNCCD. So something that you need to consider maybe for the land monitoring service that you do. World Soul, another one. We discuss a lot about carbons. And this one is in a way linked to both the climate conventions and the UNFCCC and the UNCCD, because soil organic carbon is one of the 3 sub-indicators that they use from the SDG 1531 on land degradations, and there is a need to move to higher resolution product. So we've been trying to do to see if there is a way to have a better estimations and a better granularity in terms of spatial resolutions in order to predict the topsoils organic carbons. And using a sort of hybrid approach on vegetated land, where you start from the land cover, the type of land cover, trees, grasses, and the bare soils. For example, for the crop plants, what we did is we did the opposites that we typically do, looking for the bare pixels, and for the bare pixels, then through modeling to assess the stock organic carbons. It's still in the making, that one. But we will have a European demonstrations at 100 meters, and this can potentially, of course, be moved into a Copernicus service for the CLMS. I wanted to say something about evapotranspirations. I think it's a sort of success stories for us, because we had a few projects together with FAO. I think Livia is in the room. Livia is there. So we were trying to see how we can use Sentinel-3 to have the evapotranspirations at a parcel scale. So it was quite challenging, because you have to downscale the LST using Sentinel-2 in order to come to higher resolutions. And then, of course, you need to go through the modeling to get your evapotranspirations. And it's something that now is being, and we've seen it yesterday, it's one of the products that is offered as a Copernicus services. But of course, this is a preparation for LSTM, because LSTM will be at 50 meters, and it's definitely, and at the right time, by the way, so it's really at the time where we can really measure very well the evapotranspirations, and this is definitely a product that must be with the new expansion missions, must be in the portfolio of the CLMS, and we've been using EcoStress as a way to simulate this. Water and wetlands. I'll start with water first. We always, I mean, in many of our projects, we always try to provide, what we do is, of course, we do R&D, but to provide the tools for countries. That's all, I think, in most of the case, the way we work. And here, we wanted to empower, as written here, the national regional stakeholders with Earth observation data to better monitor their water resources in extent and also in volume. And the key point I want to stress from this one is the importance to use a multi-missions approach. Because yesterday I heard that the Global Surface Water Explorer will be made available, but it only uses Landsat. And we know we have big limitations with optical sensors. Here we've been using Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. And we demonstrated that by using the two sensors, you can almost have the monthly occurrence of water in any place in the world. And from there, of course, you can derive all the statistics you want at basin levels or at administrative levels. But you can do more. I mean, you can, by integrating also some altimetry, it can be radar, can be laser altimetry, LiDAR altimetry, sorry. You can also reconstruct the absorptiometric curve of the reservoir, so the shape of the reservoirs, which links extent to elevations, and then have an estimations of the changes in water volume. Definitely something that I think could also be a service in the LSCMS, and also the river discharge, but this has to be done through hydrological modeling. But integrating, well, assimilating Earth observation data into systems. And actually, this is an example of the surface water. What I want to say in this slide is that we did round-robin comparisons of different methods. And that's what I said, the one using Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 had definitely the highest scores in terms of accuracy. So recommendation, please use Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 in your services. You will get a better product. Wetlands. I don't know what's happening with the slides. I mean, the template is not exactly the one we provided, but that's not a problem. The important is the message. We haven't really seen anything related to wetlands in the CLMS portfolio. Water and wetlands is definitely not wetlands. Always say that wetlands in 2 words, it's not a wetland. So we have to be careful with this. And, but there is a strong lead. I mean, it was said in the panel discussions before on the wetlands. I think it's Ivan who mentioned this. And so we are working very closely with Ramsar here, which is the conventions on wetlands. And what we want to do is develop your solutions to automatically delineate and classify the spatial extents of wetland ecosystems according to different types of wetlands. And here, again, we have 2 typologies. We have the global ecosystem typology, defined by IUCN, which is applied at the global scales, but Ramsar has its own classification system. So big issue, 2 typologies, don't talk to each other, you need to crosswalk them, but if you want to be policy relevant, you need to do this. You need to do this crosswalk. You need to come to the end product, otherwise the countries will not use it. And that's what we've been doing, what we are doing, because we are just starting this with DHI and GeoVille. And we will make it available again as a free and open source tools on the OpenEO and the CDSC. But what I wanted to show you is that slide, which was actually developed together with the Ramsar conventions on this idea to have global data sets, because a lot of, by the way, today, after 15 years of existence of Ramsar, Ramsar still doesn't have a global map of wetlands. I don't think that your product, Andreas, will be a product to have a wetland. We know that these usually they are the one with the lowest accuracy. DHI is also working on a global wetland watch with the Google funding in order to have to develop a strong methodology for mapping wetlands at a global scale. And by the way, only 50% of the countries are reporting on their wetland inventories. So you see here really where we stand today, despite the 50 years of existence of Ramsar. So, but we need to make sure that it's consistent between the global data sets and the national approach. And we use a similar approach to the World Serials here. So having a sort of default data that countries can use, and then a sort of pre-trained models that then can be improved by using reference data from the countries in order to have a better product. But CLMS must go into wetlands. Definitely have some products, both at, by the way, at pan-European levels and at the global level. There is a very strong need for this. On the forest monitoring, we discuss a lot on the, difficult for me to show a lot of examples, so I just select a few of them. We have a lot of activities related to carbon stocks and to what was discussed just before. So for example, we have that project, the forest carbon monitoring. We know that there are strong limitations with the current sensors, with Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. We can only do, I mean, there's a high level of uncertainties in the models with the current sensors we have. So you need to go with P-band or L-band. I mean, for sure, the L-band will bring a lot because we have already demonstrated this using the pulsar data that we could get from our Japanese colleagues on ALOS. And with this, we could get a better estimations of biomass being a link, of course, to the carbon stocks. And there's lots of work in that field. I think we organize also workshops on carbon monitoring. So at the end, we need to do an analysis of what are the best practices. It's a recommendation for you, Andreas, to do sort of analysis of the best practices and see what has achieved the level of maturity in order to become a service. But I must say there's still a lot of uncertainties in the current estimations. Another one is the World Forest. We just started it with that one. And that one has a different approach because it's about sustainable forest management. So what we decided in this one is to bring different type of parameters together, forest parameters together. You see a long list on the table on the right, and try to make it more useful for the forest managers in relation to the policy they have to comply to. So you see there's a lot of parameters there, but this is probably the sort of things you need to think in order to do the last mile that brings your services to something that is policy relevant. Is actually, sometimes it's just a packaging of this and deriving really the indicators, because at the end we will derive some indicators from these parameters. It's just a packaging that you need to do in order to be fully policy relevant. It's not always as simple as this, but here we will probably also identify a number of parameters that are not yet available as a service from the CLMS. On urban, I don't know if this will move. It doesn't seem to move the animations. I'm sorry for. There's an animation on the left. I don't know if there's a technician in the room. A pity that you cannot see it. It's a project that we did on mapping the human settlements at a global scale, and this was done with DLR, the German Space Agency, and. It was done, I mean, on one side, we tried to see how we can use Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. You need to use the two again. Multi-mission is so important in order to solve, let's say, the limitations of single sensors. And we got a very good baseline with this, and then from the baseline we used the Landsat data and got the full evolutions over the last 25 years on an annual basis. And now DLR is moving into something more near real time with 6 months update in terms of delivery. But there is a but. There is also the GHSL. There is which is not a CLMS service. It's in the emergency service, but it doesn't matter too much. At the end, we need to ensure consistency. But here we have two, I must say, leading actors in mapping. And there is a series of products. It's not only about human settlement. There's also the vertical dimensions. There is also the population disaggregation, downscaling, sorry. So there's lots of products. Of course, we need at some points to bring the two together. I'm working hard to really have the best of the two and really come with the best European product. I'm not saying that GHSL is not a good product, but it's definitely a good one. Very fast because I see time is really flying. In the context of the energy transitions, we have an activity in ESA which is called the Green Transition Information Factory, and we are trying to define a number of indicators. This one was done with Austria. It was the very first GTIF that we did, GTIF Austria, and we had a very nice and work with them on trying to see to identify what are the green roofs that can have an impact on the energy consumptions, on mitigating the urban heat islands effect. So we came with these indicators on the green roof impact score, and it's definitely something that has a lot of interest now in Austria, and they will probably deploy it at a national level. So the work that GTIF does is definitely very relevant also, especially for the pan-European services. And there are other indicators. This one is just one. Here, of course, I mean, I'll be very fast on that one, urban heat islands. We need to go through the same process as we did on evapotranspiration, downscaling LST using Sentinel-2 data, but it's more difficult, of course, in cities. And but you know, LSTM will provide 50 meters, and will also have a nighttime acquisitions, which is very important for the urban islands, because that's when you have that difference. On the sustainable development, I just want to be extremely fast on this. We are active in the sustainable development, in the SDGs first, but also in other areas. What we've been doing is really promoting the use of CLMS data in this framework. And you see, that's the sort of government's framework that have been put in place for the SDGs on the global indicator framework. And you see the first circle on the left, which is the global data sets. And most of the custodian agencies, those in charge of the SDG indicators, needs actually this global data set as default data for countries that don't have the capacity of the data to do it. And we've been promoting, and there are a lot of success stories where we managed actually to convince the custodian agencies to use the CLMS data. And I wanted to say something about the Central LDN because it was in the context of the UNCCD on the indicators on land degradations to move to higher resolutions. And we've been working with actually the same team doing the LCFM, which is the team of Ruben, trying to work on the trends in land cover, the trends in land productivity. On productivity, building on what you are doing on the high resolution vegetation's productivity, phenology and productivity. And the trend of inland cover, maybe one important point here is that in the trend on land cover, we benefit a lot, of course, from the work done in the LCFM, but we also spend a lot of time on the changes, something you need to do in the future. So it's a sort of win-win, or let's say a mutual benefit type of activities where you will gain. Again, another point here, you need to go until the very last indicators that is needed by the policies. So it's not about land cover, it's about land degradation derived from land cover or derived from land productivity. And this is, of course, something that is not in the LSCMS today. There's one slide missing. Okay, no problem. So we are also involved in integrating Earth observations in global in development assistance. So we have a GDA program, but the slides is missing here, and we have this delegation agreement with DG INPA that we do to build a number of Sentinel hubs, starting with some regional and national ones. So we have the COPLAC in Panama, and the COPFIL in the Philippines that we are going to extend to Thailand and Indonesia. Now they have a very thematic focus. For example, the COPLAC is essentially on disaster risk reductions. There's the COP Chile as well, but not managed by us. So it's definitely also an opportunity for CLMS, because also you can bring your services in these. It's not only about doing capacities for them to use the Sentinels, but also to use the Copernicus services. Maybe just one thing about, I'm just skipping the conference. You know them. Oh, by the way, the one we did in biospace, you came, you met the biodiversity community, and you had this opportunity to promote the use of CLMS, and I think it was also other of Copernicus services in general to the biodiversity, and that was really a great success and a very well-attended workshops during biospace. And this one is quite important because it was said before. We are going to organize in March next year a workshop on the use of Earth observation for official statistics and policy indicators reporting, going exactly in the same way as what was said by Ivan, to try to remove the reporting burden on the countries and try to see which product can serve different policies. And it's really a nice exercise, and this can probably give priorities for you to decide which product should have priority, because it really can support different policies. So yeah, stay tuned. We are going to announce this very soon. And that was my last slide. So sorry to be a bit late, but this is the way. If you allow me to go through this one, Tim, and then maybe it's a way to ask to let questions from the audience. Of course, as ESA, like GRC, we play the role of doing the R&D, the proof of concept, the upscaling demonstrations that can help enhancing the current CLMS service, but also explore the development of new global open European data sets. and this was said many times, actually, we wrote the slides before the day of yesterday, and we had so many times policy-relevant data sets. We believe also that the CLMS is not enough policy-relevant in some ways, even if it's useful for policies. I'm not saying the contrary. So we can support you, actually, in making this last mile, as I said before, for the provisions really of policy-relevant and fit-for-purpose data sets, especially in the context of the monitoring and reporting within the environmental and sustainable policy framework. We developed a lot of data flows, processing pipelines, using data platforms, using the CDSE and the OpenEO on it, which is really all in open source and free of charge, by the way. And yeah, recommendations. Why not try to have more and more on-demand CLMS services especially for institutional users? That maybe will reduce the cost, the budget you need in order to go with full pan-European or full global. And I must say, sometimes probably you get a better product if you go on a national level, allowing for national reference data to be ingested into this. Of course, we've been and will continue to promote the CLMS products as a reference data set within the national policy monitoring and reporting framework. I mean, the idea is to encourage adoptions of these data sets as default data source, and you've seen this in the SDGs. The expansion missions, we are doing a lot of work, you've seen from the slides from Federica. We want, I mean, by this, I mean, a lot of those working with us are also in the CLMS service as providers. So we need to enable the service providers to be mission ready, but we need also to facilitate a rapid uptake from the user communities. These are the two objectives. It's definitely something of course, everything will be shared, everything will be open, and we can have discussions. You'll be involved in the process, but this is definitely something important. Yeah, we need to reinforce, I don't know if Ivan is still in the room, the collaborations with KSCO, because they are doing the same sort of activities as us, but we've been trying to do this already, to align our efforts and maximize the synergies, because, I mean, we have a lot of strategic partnerships and active involvement in international frameworks like GEO and CIAS, and I think the knowledge we have and the analysis we are doing on the policies can definitely serve the CLMS in the same way as the work done by the KCEO. So it's definitely something we can do together. And with this, I will stop my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Federica, for this very insightful session on what ESA can offer on top of what you are already offering for Sentinels and all the other data streams, including the suggestions for new land products. Who knows, one day. I will not open the floor for questions because we are running a bit late now, which means you will have more time during the coffee break to go and ask questions to Mark and Federica. So I would like to ask on stage now Monika Zizek for presentations on the national perspective with insights from Poland. Monika is associate professor at the Łódź University of Technology, if I'm saying that right, and she will share with us a bit more on what Poland is doing on Earth observation and land monitoring.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to meet you all today. I will a little bit meet what Mark has said about the needs, national needs to be integrated into CLMS products, but also I do understand that all of us like the break around 11 to have a coffee break, so I will try to do the best to do it as quickly as possible. The context of my presentation is, first of all, the project which was during the last 4.5 years in Canada project. And during this project, within my work package, we were working on the investigation of biological active surface, investigation of public access to the green urban area, mapping of changement, and all those to understand what are the usefulness of CLMS products for the Copernicus, for the special planners. So that's the most important questions which I would like to conclude with. So CLMS products data used by spatial planning. Let's take a quick look on the context of the project in CONADA. Enhancing the user update of land cover land use information derived from the integration of Copernicus service and national database. The project was funded by the Norwegian grant and operated by National Center of Research and Development. As you can see, there are several consortium partners. The leader, Agata Hościła, I think she's in the room, was leading the whole structure. I am responsible for the part linked with the spatial planning. There was an Institute of Geodesy and Cartography, NIBIO, so the Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research, the Institute of Environmental Protection, and I invite you to take a look on the posters which are over there and which represents quite good the main statement of their work. Our university, so the Łódź Technical University, and Eversys, who helps us to produce the final product, so the platform, friendly user platform application, about which I will tell you something more later on. As you can see, the main goal in CONADA is to improve the user uptake of land cover, land use information derived from the integration of Copernicus Land Monitoring Service and national databases. There are plenty of different specific research goal objectives. You can see some linked with the sentimental too, some linked with the agricultural management. However, today we don't have time to go through all of them, so just let me concentrate on proof and how enhance the data, the LCLU databases and CLMS in the spatial planning. What we did at the beginning, we said, okay, we will check what is the most important for the urban planner. For us, as for the urban planner, we are working with ratios to produce some kind of provision of the changement of the space. So one of those is biological active surface. Easily to check through the CLMS products. And after we ask ourselves what is the most important, one of the elements which is the most important for the quality of light, all of us love to live next to the green area. Most of us like to live not in the very dense surface. So we check the accessibility to the public spaces, green public spaces. And finally, we try to understand what are the changement. What are the changement of the land use and land cover, and what are the, let's say, the check with what the policymakers are saying. Let's take a look quickly of biological active surface. The research was mostly done in Poland, so we took the definition of biological active surface, defined as the surface arranged in the way which ensure natural plant vegetation and retention. Of course, it is much more complex. We have to take into consideration the water and other facilities, like, for example, the terraces, the green terraces. However, for this research, we just concentrated on the first line, so the surface arranged in a way which ensure the natural plant vegetation. What we have used, so imperviousness, high-resolution layers. We start with the scale of whole Poland. We check the imperviousness HRL 2018, and of course, after we reverse to see the degree of permeability. The next step was the zoom in, so we make percentages of biological active surface into the commune, into the municipalities of Poland. Next step was the zoom in into the city of Łódź, where our university is located. The same step, so the reverse of HRL imperviousness. and putting them into the auxiliary unit, where we can see that the biological active surface within Łódź is from 38, let's say, in the strict city center, till 98% on the boundary of Łódź, which is quite logical. It's absolutely normal that the dense structure has less biological active surface. What is quite interesting is the analysis of different databases. As you can see, the BDOT is not updated on an ongoing basis and have lower accuracy compared to the data obtained from base map. Of course, if we take into consideration quite dense urban tissue, like for example in housing estates, those difference between the BDOT and OSM is quite important, it's about 11%. But if we go a little bit further from the urban, quite dense urban structure, we see that different databases gives quite similar results. And the results, the most important differences between the results from different databases are between the base map and the HRL. As you can see from the table on your right side, it is up to 16% if we take into consideration this analysis of the city of Łódź. The next question was the accessibility of green urban spaces. So what would we have done? First of all, we took Urban Atlas and we took the document which is one of the most important, the leading document of urban planning, so the study of condition and direction. Just to explain you, now we are during the huge transformation in Poland, and the study of condition we are changing now. The deadline is up to the middle of next year from another document. But what I want to say that the main idea, so the state of our current state, it is present, as you can see, through the analysis. And this document is saying about the main axis of city policy. First thing, so we have calculated the share of green urban areas and forests in total. After we have compared with number of inhabitants, green areas per capita, and finally we received, as you can see on the bottom, inhabitant per hectare of green area. The second question, which is quite important when you want to choose your house for living, is the accessibility to the green area. So we try to calculate the share of housing estate within 300 meters linear distance to urban green area. As you can see, the most attractive spaces are on the northeast axis of the city of Łódź. And all of them brings us to the quite interesting analysis considering the urban spatial development of the city of Łódź. What we can understand is, of course, the differences between the different databases. That there are some errors, there are some differences between them, and the difficulties, especially on the local scale. That's why, during our project, we tried to provide a user-friendly platform, which is a tested platform, which is only limited for the city of Łódź, but which respond to specific needs of different specialization. Now we are speaking about the urban planners, so if you click on the profile of urban planners, you will get the information in the much more friendly way, which is saying about the biological active surface, which is saying about different ratio linked to the urban planners. Next aspect, which is quite important for special planners, is how land use change. So let's take a look on the question of that. What is the difficulty? The difficulty is that the mapping changes are the slots, the time slots are not always the same and are not always corresponding to the planning documents. As you can see here, the planning documents has some kind of validity, and not all those data are corresponding to the validity of the spatial documents. But if we take into consideration the urban atlas change, 2006, 12, we can quickly understand that the agriculture, semi-natural wetlands and construction site are those which change the most for industrial, commercial, public unit and discontinuously low, very low density. If we take into consideration the next slot, so 2012-2018, we can understand that the specificity of changement is processing, and now we are speaking more about the changement from pastures, forests, and arable land into the discontinuous dense urban fabric and industrial. What is interesting is to understand where are the changements. Here you can see the plan of the city of Łódź, and in the light gray you see the area which is delimited by the city in the main documents, urban planner documents, as the area for the urbanization. So apart from this area, no urbanization should be developed. And 34% of the changement in the slot 206 to 12 was the area excluded from the area of development. The same, even worse, 42% of the changement identified in the slot 2012-2018 was in the area excluded from the future development. If we take into consideration just the strict center of the city, so in the case of Łódź, we will speak about the urban core zone. Only 1% of the change identified was in this strict city center. And what we are saying in the policy that returning to the city center. So we are mostly thinking about the changement in the city center. What is the practice you can see here? But what is also the dynamic of the changement is 150% of increase of the changement. So the quite important thing. Now I would like to switch on the main question. So use of data for Copernicus Land Monitoring Service in spatial planning in Poland. Let's say the most obvious thing. So CLMS products are important because they first of all provide the uniform coverage across Europe, info on pan-European and regional status and development, information not attributed by compiling national data. For whom? For Union European, for others institutions, for researchers, and what are the limitations or non-use for the national and subnational agency? So we ask ourselves, what are the extent, what are the limitations of CLMS data actually used by planners in practice? How well those data align with national needs and regulation? What can be done to increase this usefulness and accessibility? And for sure, we should say that core land cover, urban atlas, and high-resolution layers are those which theoretically are those the most useful for urban planners. But let's take a look into the practice. What we have done, we have asked urban planners working in, first of all, a municipal agency, second, those who are associated in urban planners, National Urban Planners Association, and the third group was the urban planners or future urban planners working in the technical university or associated with technical university. Over 50% have heard about CLMS, but only 15% of those has used CLMS products. Is it the specificity of Poland? Not exactly, because we have provided as well the research in Norway. The results are that only 10% has heard about CLMS products, but among them, as many as 70% has used them in practice. What are the barriers? First of all, the lack of standardization, differences in representation across different CLMS databases, lack of relevance. CLMS data products and land cover are saying more about the land cover, while the urban planners are more using land use. Poor accessibility, data are in English and not adapted to national formats. If we take into consideration the legal analysis, in Poland, but as well in Norway, there are quite detailed regulation concerning the digitalization, first of all, of the plans, but also the different databases. The problem is that national geospatial portals are not systematically including the CLMS products. What can be some kind of recommendation or models? For sure, first of all, is work on the relevance. So the force through the lack of adaptation to the local needs. After the accessibility, so missing national language and national system. Finally, what can be the solution? Maybe the solution could be an intermediate national institution who will help, first of all, to translate the data, to have some kind of help desk which will answer the question, who will adjust the format, and who will promote the use of the CLMS product nationally. For sure, CLMS data has a huge potential, but at least now, within the urban planners, the use is quite limited. Maybe better standardization is a potential. Integration into national system, for sure, is something what is needed. Effort, I think that effort should be made to turn CLMS product into real tool for planners, not only for the researcher, where this need is absolutely fulfilled. That's all for my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Monica, also to improve my Polish knowledge, because I now know that it's the city of Łódź, not Lodz, as I said before. But so there are a lot of... Okay, thank you. But there are quite some interesting conclusions and recommendations, things that the Land Service is already working on, has already provided, is thinking of, and certainly if I think of the National Collaboration Program, tomorrow as well there is a session on invitation related to the National Collaboration Program. But okay, it has been a long morning. We're almost at the end, not at the end yet, because as yesterday, I will send you to coffee with a small appetizer. We have poster presentations again, so I invite, just like yesterday, the presenters of these presentations to the floor to have a small pitch of their posters. So first poster coming on, and I have as first name Loïc Fauqueur.
Good morning. Loïc is not here, so I'm going to make the talk for Loïc. So the small woody feature is part of the HRL portfolio, so produced for EA. It's mapped at the EU scale, so the pan-European scale. So the goal is to map the small woody elements, so the individual trees outside forest, so hedgerows, tree alignments, and so on, at the pan-European scale. And there is, as it was mentioned this morning, an interest for policies for DG Agri, for example, just to map some kind of connectivity, ecosystem functioning, the biodiversity aspects in the agricultural land. There's an interest also for carbon storage, monitoring agroecological measures. So this product contains, in fact, several layers. There's the small landscape features. They are there. There is also one interesting one, which is the woody vegetation layer. So it's producing the raw data without any filtering. And we include some kind of mask just in that production. The methodology is described on the posters, so you can just join me to know a bit more how it is produced, and some use cases are there. The data used are a combination of Sentinel-2 time series and also VHR, a collection of VHR data. So we analyzed about more than 60,000 VHR ships to produce this kind of map. And there are also change layers to compare different years.
Thanks a lot. So if you want to know more about the new small landscape features product, you know where to go. Then I have Marcin Rafal Zasek. But again, you'll have to help me with the name.
Hello, good morning. And dzień dobry to the Polish colleague. The colleague of mine, Monica, actually gave you a lot of food for thoughts, and I wish I would be able to give you some, at least some in this one incoming minute. And starting the poster presentation, I would like to focus on, I start the poster presentation by saying it describes our approach to enhance the CLMS data user uptake and advantages of integrating land cover and land use data from the CLMS and the national data sources. We also approach the data accessibility and practical use of data within the project scope, and I think it went well since the data is already accessible through the publicly available, innovative, user-friendly application. We have also a number of interesting insights about the usefulness of the integrating the CLMS and national data in terms of spatial planning, agriculture, and environmental monitoring, and also reporting of greenhouse gases. I will conclude just saying that we also look into the data harmonization and potential benefits of integrating the CLMS data and national data when it comes to the supporting of the reporting of environmental indicators. With this, I thank you. And I would be more than happy if you would be able to approach us and ask any question, if any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for more information, please visit the poster. Then I have Marty Florence. And you see I'm a bit pushing, but we have quite a list of speakers, so I'll have to be very, very, very strict.
Good morning. My name is Florence Marty. I'm working at Magelium in Toulouse, France. And this poster deals with data about water, snow, and ice data provided at high resolution over Europe. So this project started 6 years ago with Sentinel-2 data first, and later incorporating Sentinel-1. And a third phase was launched by EEA to improve and expand the portfolio. So it includes near real-time products like snow cover maps and information about ice presence on rivers and lakes. But also we have annuals and multi-annual products describing the snow seasons and ice and surface water coverage. So this poster deals with aims to present some concrete examples of how this data can be used. The production system is operational and working on the Wikio cloud infrastructure. And we aim at calculating, processing the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data from 2016 in order to get to offer a dataset spanning over a decade. So this project, of course, is carried out by a consortium led by Magelium with colleagues from FMI, NVO, CESBio, and Geoville. And we are several of us here attending this meeting, so please feel free to reach to us, ask your questions.
Thank you very much. Then I have Michal Krupinski. And meanwhile, I take the opportunity to say that there's a section of these posters showcased on the CLMS General Assembly website as well, if you want to see them online.
Hi, my name is Michał Krupinski. I work in Space Research Center of Polish Academy of Sciences. And on my poster, I would like to share with you the sample of the use case of FPCAP project, where we are focused on reaching new users for Copernicus products. And this one describes the urban sprawl monitoring with automated algorithms for artificial areas classification using Sentinel-2 data in Latin America. Thank you.
Thanks, that's very efficient. I have Nicola Di Marco.
Hello, thank you. So someone challenged me yesterday to present it in 3 sentences, so I'm going to do that right now to be as efficient as possible. So here we're presenting a methodology to do tree species classification. This is a POC. The results are not shown here, but we have a POC on Wallonian forests. And the goal is to present as much species as possible using Sentinel-2 imagery, machine learning, and available data set. This is a POC over Wallonian forests, and we compare the result with the CLMS 2018 products. So feel free to come see the poster and let's discuss. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and very interesting. I have Nicolas Tabouret as next one. And of course, don't hesitate to go to the poster for the not page, but full explanation then afterwards.
Good morning, I'm Nicolas Tabouret from CLS, and I'm going to present you CLMS product that addresses monitoring water level quantities. So monitoring fresh water is of great importance in targets worldwide. It provides water level time series and their associated uncertainty within 3 days after the observation. The poster presents recent evolutions as well as validation results with respect to ground references. The upcoming challenges of the service are to continue monitoring more targets, to improve the accuracy of the water level estimates, as well as the temporal resolution of the water level series. This will be addressed at midterm by including a Copernicus expansion mission in the service, namely Clearstall, as well as in the 2030s, entering the era of swath altimetry that has been opened by SWOT and that will be brought into operation by Sentinel-3 next generation. I will be happy to discuss further with you about your user needs and to detail with you the service roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. Then I have Philippe Moreau. No, Philippe? So then I will not present it on his behalf. Please go and search for him. Next one is Stanislav Lewinsky.
I know I'm not Stan, but unfortunately he couldn't meet us today. So on his behalf, I would say very shortly about another FPCAP action focused on spatial planning. And we have 2 things on our poster. One is the survey to the usage of CLMS products by a different level of special flying stakeholders. And the results, the survey is from the 2024. And the second part is related to metrics which we propose to them to be used using Copernicus data, and we do it with close collaboration with end users, mainly Statistical Office of Poland and some province governmental offices related to special planning.
Thank you, Marcin, again. Then I would like to invite Thomas Katagis.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Karagis from Democritus University of Thrace, and this is a work that was an effort actually to assess the accuracy of these modern recent land cover products that are available and provide some comparative results between the recent CLC Plus regional map and also of the two global land cover products, ESA World Cover in the ESRI land use land cover. We have all these fine resolution products. They provide continuous information, but it's always a question, a critical question that has been raised several times in this assembly, that how good they are. I mean, they're good, but how accurate they are, or how they can capture this land cover characteristics in detail. At least I get this question many times from students in some master courses I'm teaching, where I encourage them to explore CLMS data services and make use of data. So I cannot give them always a straightforward answer, but what we can do is provide additional information on the specific strengths and limitations of these land cover maps. This was an effort. There was an availability of a large reference dataset that was used for comparison in a highly diverse landscape in northern Greece. And very interesting results came up, and I can show you outside in the poster, and also I can tell you about the CLMS product, which provide an overall very good and balanced performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then I have another Tim in the room, Tim Nigi.
Good morning. I'm Tim Ng, also Tim, also from Belgium, and there I stopped the comparison. So today I'm presenting the Evoland project, which is a Horizon Europe funded project. Together with our project partners, we are developing 11 CLMS prototypes with the goal to evolve the portfolio. So how we do this, we focus on innovative technologies such as machine learning, data fusion, biomass mapping, continuous monitoring, while also testing innovative and novel EO datasets. Today, I want to present 3 prototypes. So we're highlighting these. So we have one prototype on forest, so a forest product with a high cadence, so monthly updates on forest cover at 10 meter spatial resolution. Then we have a grassland and cropland gross primary productivity product, a 10 daily frequency, 10 meter spatial resolution with inclusion of ICUS data and a water stress indicator. And the last one that I want to highlight is the imperviousness product at 5 meter spatial resolution using super resolved Sentinel-2 data. If you have any questions, please seek me out at the poster session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Then I would like to invite Uta Hayden.
Yeah, good morning. Uta Hayden is my name, from DLR. This poster is about the soil suite. It's an image data package of 9 products, European-wide, that informs about the spectral characteristics of soils, of bare soils, but also about the statistical information about soils and soil coverage. And that's what we actually proposing as future products for Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. This data package is available on a free and open basis for whole Europe. And the idea was here to allow as many as possible users to start to play with the data, to get into the data and get experiences and At the same time, we are collecting also feedbacks from those users. So we have partners in the industry and also in science and in agencies. And so one of the examples I present also at the posters, we are using it for the ESA World Soils project, what Mark Paganini has mentioned this morning, as an input to create soil organic carbon maps for Europe. But also products of the soil suite has been used by a company, Soil Capital, to monitor regenerative agriculture. So if you would like to know why we are proposing also spectral data to CLMS, please visit me at the poster. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Uta. Then I have Zbigniew Persky.
Good morning, everybody. I'm representing Polish Geological Institute and Geocaching Center. So we decided to bring fantastic Copernicus product like European Ground Motion Service and to bring it closer to local authorities and to citizens and to make a map of ground motion of Poland. It's simplified product. It's a regular map which added some additional information like quality measurements. So it is available as a WGMS service, and there is also browser that you can see the product. Apart from that, we are doing also some validation activities, and we are working for some special mining areas to make this product even more accurate. So I will be very happy to show you the methodology and everything about this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And then as a last one, I have Zina Mitraka.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Zina Mitraka from Fourth in Greece, and this is an effort of many partners. It's a Horizon project recently launched. And I was very happy this morning to hear about last mile products because this is what this project is doing. And I was really, really happy to hear about the need from the DG Klima that they needed to have like products like tons of CO2, for example, per whatever the unit is. For us, our favorite unit is the Urban Atlas polygons, so that's the one we are using. And then for the Urban Atlas polygons, the aim is to have total amount of CO2 emitted for cities specifically, because I know that is a very small proportion of land in the land that we are discussing these 2 days, but it's where we live and it's where the most emissions come from. Come to the poster to talk more and enjoy the coffee break.
Thanks a lot. And I want to thank all pitch presenters because you were very, very disciplined. We are right on time now. So let's have a coffee break. Let's reconvene at 11:40. And please do go and talk to the poster presenters. And I see you later after the break. Yeah. Can I please ask to, yeah, those people will not hear me, but to come to the room and take your seats. Where is so Julian? Peter, and Matteo is there. This is the clicking thing. Cannot be more self-explanatory. Okay, if I start? Do you want to wait, or I have the impression that people are coming in very, very slowly. I'll give them 1 minute. Okay, I think we will slowly start. The people in the room will then enter and take their seats. Thank you for being here, all of you. We will now explore what's new in CLMS data services, from migration to CDSE and use of AI, over to the launch of Copernicus Observia. So a lot of new technologies. And the presenting will be done by Peter Strobel from JRC, Jolyon Martin from ESA, and Matteo Mattiuzzi from EEA. So, floor is yours, all three of you.
Okay, slides are out of order, but never mind, quickly. Okay. Thank you. So my name's Jolyon Martin. I work at ESA. I'm the head of the ground segment systems section in ESA, and I'm responsible for the implementation of the CDSE through the industrial contracts that we have. I want to give a quick tour, a bottom-to-top tour of the CDSE. It was mentioned yesterday in a number of presentations, but it's still evident not everybody's aware, and maybe I can give some insights into what we were intending to project with the Copernicus data space ecosystem. So here it is in a nutshell. The data space is the authoritative source for all full and up-to-date access to the largest sentinel data holdings. It provides also contributing mission data, all of which are digitally traced for a permanent record of authenticity. I'll go into all of these points in a little bit more detail in the subsequent slides. But it provides standard interfaces and advanced data analytics and cloud services to efficiently access and process the EO, the Sentinel data. It has open and free, or it implements the open and free policy with a capacity, good capacity for access and possible commercial extensions. It provides a rich set of data and services and has many possibilities for onboarding and federation, and we'll go into those again in a minute. The CDSE implements a continuous cycle of evolution and innovation, and its ultimate goal is the fostering and the development of a European ecosystem for Earth observation data. In a nutshell, a resilient, high-quality operational services relying on European industrial expertise. So the CDSE data holdings, the CDSE contains all of the data from all of the Sentinel missions operated by ESA since the start of the operations. So that's over 93, or almost 93 petabytes of Sentinel data. It also holds the contributing mission data, including the very high resolution coverages, the Copernicus DEM, so the latest VHR coverage is gradually being published at the moment on the CDSC. This is complemented with additional data sets, including mosaics, so monthly mosaics for Sentinel-1, quarterly cloud-free mosaics for Sentinel-3. We've been onboarding Landsat data from 22 to now, so up to date. The CDSC holdings, the CDSC will be providing data also to the Copernicus services data, the onboarding of the CLMS, but this is the next presentation. So CDSC provides a high performance and resilience, providing access to all of the data holdings and also federated data sets. So it gives access to cloud processing of the Sentinel data. I mean, here we're really trying to push that people, process the data in the cloud without downloading, reducing the time to, innovate and make the best use of the Sentinel data. Also reducing the environmental, overall environmental footprint of the space component operations. It has resilience through a multi-cloud service offer for availability and scalability. So the CDSC is based on 2 clouds at the moment, the Cloudflare cloud and the T-Systems OTC cloud. It has a large set of capabilities, which are, we believe, the basics for the creation of an open ecosystem. So it has API, advanced API access, code repository, cloud processing. Also encourages the publication and the operation of third-party data and services. So the CDSC is forging the standards for interoperability. It's a leading proponent for the deployment of standardized access to satellite EO data with cloud-optimized interfaces. So it's employing the latest version of STAC, the catalog. OpenEO, which has been mentioned in many of the previous presentations. It has OGC services for visualization to ensure interoperability between data sets. This is all underpinned by S3 APIs, which are the access to the data within the cloud object storage, the buckets, scalable and secure. So this is the de facto modern interface for cloud access to the data. It's providing, overall, it's providing access to the Sentinel data following the FAIR data principles. So it's the first point of access for the Sentinel data. This is where, let's say, the ground segment meets the public. The data which are acquired, processed, and published are first published through the CDSC. And it's the first point of access for all of the users, so Copernicus services, EU institutions, member states, and the collaborative ground segments, as well as international partners and any general user. So it has ample quotas for public downloading and processing. We really try to push the processing on the cloud, though. And this capability to offer services on a commercial basis when the needs exceed the fair share of resources. So the CDSC is where the larger ecosystem of players are collecting the data, and many of those paid members are paying for the access when it exceeds the quotas that are required. We're really trying to encourage the onboarding and federation with other initiatives, and the data space has a ready portfolio of possible data and services onboarding and federation scenarios. Some examples, the CLMS, we'll hear about it in a moment, but other examples are the onboarding of the Category 1 CCM new space missions, but also the onboarding of data from Landsat and other initiatives. It's supporting federation with other platforms, so the STAC catalog and the OpenEO interfaces allow federation within the wider European EO ecosystem. And I mean, we're trying to enable the efficient access to the CDSC catalog and the EO data store without the need for data replication, and really, providing the best access to the Sentinel data. So the ecosystem is providing the opportunity for onboarding of third-party services. There is a common code of conduct to expose services and or data through the CDSE to all of the CDSE users. There's a service registry where the third parties can advertise their capabilities. And it's important to say that, I mean, there's no intention of taking over the governance or the identity of the third parties. They maintain their own identity and governance. So overall, enhancing the ecosystem's capabilities and solutions. As I said, the CDSE implements a cycle of continuous evolution and innovation. I was going to give some examples. So we've onboarded the new missions from the Sentinel suite. So Sentinel-2C is now fully in operations. And as was mentioned yesterday, there's an extended campaign for continuing the observations of Sentinel-2A. So this is an extra data set which will be maintained for a year at least. Sentinel-1C, the systematic data flow started in March 25 while the satellite was still in commissioning. And Sentinel-1C is now fully available through the CDSE. There are some nice new features which have recently been implemented in the CDSE. So a catalog of SLC bursts, so streamlining the access to Sentinel-1 SLC data. There's a new API which leverages this S3 API to create packages of individual bursts for more focused access on the data. There's a catalog, an API available, and integration with the graphical user interface will be coming. The Sentinel-2 Collection 1, the full reprocessing of the Sentinel-2, this will be available by the end of the second quarter of this year. So the last few years of the data are being reprocessed to the common baseline, while the former baseline is being reduced. The CDSE hosts an online roadmap where you can see all of the intended evolutions and improvements in the data space. One of the other continuous innovation areas is the operations of the OpenEO interface on the CDSE. So this is the major OpenEO deployment in Europe and increasingly used in global scale projects. We've seen many of them. But not only so, it's providing many tutorials and machine learning examples, new examples in our notebooks. There's an initiative to provide the OpenEO interface for synchronous processing to allow for interactive prototyping on the CDSE. And there's an algorithm plaza which is being increasingly populated by sharing user-defined packages, so supporting OGC application packages as well as OpenEO process graphs for more and more use cases. There have also been many performance enhancements and increase the free tier quota for processing on OpenEO on the CDSE. In December, over 4 million Sentinel-2 tiles were processed, so really a big take-up of this now. Talking about user uptake and outreach, the CDSE now has over 350,000 users registered since its launch 2 years ago. It has huge regular visitors. The Copernicus browser, which allows anonymous viewing of all of the Sentinel data, has in the last 30 days over 500,000 visitors, unique visitors. Users which are logging in, doing more than just browsing the data, so doing processing using the APIs, the Jupyter notebooks or whatever. There are 24,000 active users per month or more than this. There's a large outreach with the web portal, over 100,000 visitors monthly. The newsletter, more than 40,000 subscribers, okay, YouTube channel, LinkedIn, etc. So the regular webinars from the CDSE, you can find them advertised on the site. We recommend keeping in touch. The CDSE has been used for a number of hackathons. One of the recent ones was with Eurostat, 27 teams from 78, with 78 individuals from 21 countries processing the EO data to derive statistics of interest for national use. And I wanted to have a quick highlight as well on, or pointing out that the CDSE has an annual user review. So this year, this user review will be held in the Living Planet Symposium on the 24th of June. And this is an excellent occasion to provide your feedback to the team, the industrial team that are implementing it, and we see how to keep evolving the CDSE. So I hope I gave a good tour of the capabilities and the intentions behind the CDSE. The URL is here. If you haven't yet registered or tried the tools on the CDSE, I highly encourage it. And we're available in the conference with the industrial team as well for any questions. So, thanks.
So next is me. So first let me check how can I get back to my slides. That was at the very beginning. Yes. No, that was too far. Here we go. So after we heard, we shuffled the sequence of these talks because we thought it might be beneficial for you to hear about the CDSE before we talk about onboarding. I think that makes a lot of sense. So what I'm going to tell you about now is basically building on what you've just heard. There is the CDSE, there is the Copernicus Cloud now in a quite comprehensive and unified manner. And of course, that is something that also for the services should be attractive. And so the land service, particularly as being also split in these two components, the European, the global, was already a couple of years before that CDSE actually was even started thinking into what can we do in order to get these data closer to the users or to get the users closer to the data, in fact, because the data are also becoming really big and we really want to encourage people, the users to work and analyze the data on our platform to also avoid the download, to really go, and also, of course, to have the other data available, the Sentinel data, but also the other services data, to get just the full bandwidth of Copernicus to be at their fingertips. So in that sense, it was very clear that cloudification would be the solution for that. We started a couple years ago to look into the possibilities of cloudification for a service like CLMS and to overcome primarily all these caveats that we saw with our setup at that point or until recently. And then when in last year the CDSE became really operational, we said we want to go there as fast as possible. So we were basically the first ones to make that choice as a service and say we're gonna put all our eggs in that basket. We really want to be fully there. And I don't go into all the details here because that's just a bit of a compendium of what you saw on the slides of Jolyon about all the additional services that the CDSE offers, not only to us as the providers, but primarily to the users that want to work with these data. And so that was for us attractive enough to say we go for it. Of course, that was not more easy said than done because the CDSE, when it was set up, and most naturally because it was set up by ESA and because the primary target was the ground segment, so the data that come from the satellite, scene by scene, all the different sentinels, huge quantities, but not so much the variety of the products that you have in a service, which is downstream, which has products that in terms of complexity are very different and actually go beyond what the ground segment in the lower level offers. So here we were expecting that it would become a bit of a novelty to go there, but we nevertheless went for it. So we did an inventory of all the data that we have, and we basically tried to prepare as good as possible for the task, which was not easy. And we also found, of course, that we have a lot of deficits in our portfolio structure, and that's not only for the land service, that's in general in Copernicus an issue that there is no overarching product architecture really that would make it easy to bring all these different components together in a logic way. So those were the things we started to look into. Of course, also the metadata. We had to harvest what we have, but we had also to look in how do we have to provide that. And that grew into a pretty massive exercise. So we had about 5 months of preparation, and the actual migration then was done in 4 months. And it was much more than just moving the data. It was really very important to keep control of what's happening, to harmonize, to standardize all the different components between the two entrusted entities. We have EAR board and JRC as service providers, as the entities in charge of the services. There were 3 different actors on the legal side, of course, between DG DEFIS and ESA and CLMS. We had to arrange on how to finance this, how to make contracts and all this. 4 different companies in the CDSE consortium to deal with. Also, they were pretty new in that context. And then our service providers, the 12 different producers that were affected in this case from 2 different framework contracts. So in the end, what we had to do is we came up with around 560 terabytes of data. That doesn't sound like a lot, but also keep in mind this is just the beginning, and it's probably in the next couple of years this is going exponentially up. And it is a very rich data set in terms of individual products and individual data sets. So it's 3 million products, 3 million files if you want, so, and 98 different kinds of products that we already had to inventorize, prepare, move, process, and ingest into the system, where of course in the browser and everywhere had to be catered for this new stuff. All this has been done literally over day and night until yesterday, because now it's online. So what you can see, you can go to the Copernicus browser, you will see all this first batch of data, which is already a pretty substantial part of the CLMS being fully integrated into CDSE. That means it's not only available in the browser there, it's also available as data. It's available through all the API and services. For the moment not open, you'll come to that in a second, but that will also come soon. Most of it is cogified, so we have cloud optimized geotiffs to have cloud native formats there. The applicable services are all active, and from now on everything that is newly produced will of course go first on CDSE and from there to the users. What's next online? I mentioned LCFM, and it was, I think, sufficiently explained what that means. That's a real big data set. That's a real interesting data set. I think that is very well located next to the Sentinel data in the CDSE. I think that's exactly where it belongs and where it will also create additional value for users. We go with the water, the snow, the ice products that is coming. The EEA is now basically asked, and we will hear from Matteo next, hopefully a little bit about what they are having in mind as with their part, which is coming now. And then we see the stack is something that will be activated pretty soon, and also on the midterm we look into the EA products coming, the second batch, which I think is, I just saw the change request so-called is coming, so this will all come still this year, so midterm is not a very long horizon there. And then, of course, the OpenEO, because I think OpenEO is also a key element in CDSC that will allow users to work more interactively with the data. So we are really looking forward to get also our data available in the OpenEO. And I think by then, and that is all still happening this year, we will have a very nice offer on CDSE for people that really get their hands on these data and exploit them as much as possible. All this doesn't work without people, so I'm really the least that has made this actually possible. So there is just a few names here, and the whole thing was coined Dumbo for the obvious reason that we made something fly that was not supposed to fly. The whole background of CLMS was not a cloud-ready portfolio, but somehow we managed to stuff it in and it flies. Thanks.
Late good morning also from my side. I have to now jump as well. But before I start with my actual presentation, my name is Matteo Mattiuzzi. I'm working for the CLMS team at the European Environmental Agency in Copenhagen. Before I start with my actual presentation, I think it's important to give a little update on our EEA onboarding process at the CDSC. Now that the global component has been onboarded, we are gradually ramping up the onboarding of EEA products. As you saw in Peter's slides, also already the WSI, so the high resolution water, snow and ice product, is tasked to be onboarded by September of this year. We will soon also start working on the onboarding of the rest of the products of the EEA, and we hope, and the idea is to finalize this process by the end of this year. So you should have all our products, all CLMS products, natively on the CDSC by the end of this year. Now to my actual presentation. It may seem like being off topic as compared to the previous presentation, but not entirely. It is connected also to the cloudification process, and I will explain in a moment. For those that were at the General Assembly last year, you might remember that I had presented a prototype LLM service for facilitating the access and the understanding to CLMS products. And today we are proudly presenting the beta demonstrator, the public beta demonstrator of this service, and we are eagerly looking to get your feedback on and your use examples. I would like to repeat this slide that I had also last year. I'm sorry, there should be an animation, but and you don't see the exact text, but it's not so relevant. Focus on the pattern, on the picture that you see. In 2023, we made an analysis trying to understand from a technical perspective, why do users not know about CLMS products? And I'm connecting to the presentation that we heard an hour ago, that the awareness of CLMS is often not so given or not so widely known. And from those users that know about CLMS, only a fraction of those users use actual CLMS products. So we have launched this survey to understand where are the issues. So why are users not knowing about CLMS or eventually not using CLMS? And I highlight it's not about the thematic domain, so it's not about the quality of our products, it's about the technical solutions that we can to improve user uptake. If you look at the graphic now, you see in the row direction, so we have basically split up the process that we expect a user to have from an application, so from a requirement, down to using or doing something with our data. And we have split this process in single elements, which you see in the rows of this graphic. Just as an example, the first part is mainly about finding a product. How easy is it to find a product? And you see in the row, in the column direction, so vertically, on the right side, on the left side, no problem, and on the right side, heavy difficulties, and the gradients in the middle. So basically, the very difficult means that, for instance, I regularly don't use a product because this challenge was too big. So we are generating, we are causing dropout rates in this process, in this journey of users from having a requirement down to effectively using a product. The upper part is what I would say is mainly addressed by Observia, or Observia is intended to address, and the lower part is mainly about cloudification, so how easy it is to handle a processing. These are things that on the CDSC that are addressed on the CDSC or on other cloud platforms. What are the processing costs and stuff like this? We need to be aware that this is a journey a user encounters, and the friction or the dropout can be generated by a few medium difficulties or by one huge difficulties. And our effort should be to bring all those difficulties possibly down to no problem. So a user, we need to have an efficient service to our users and make their life as easy as possible in understanding and being able, understanding and being able to work with our products. So after this survey and with the launch of ChatGPT, of the LLM technology, we have understood that this is a great chance because users, when they are asking a question, they are application driven. So basically, I need to monitor coastal pressure. I need to monitor urban sprawl. And this is the type of question that users are doing when they have an application. So we also realized that the applications of users typically or most often do not stop at the border of a service. So it's hard to imagine that most users are asking something about CLMS products only. So it was very clear that such a service needs to go beyond the borders of a service, so basically be comprehensively address the range of Copernicus and environmental monitoring inquiries. So we were seeking for the broadest possible engagement and collaboration with the other Copernicus entities. And at this point, I would like to thank GRC for the global CLMS component, the contributions, and the implementation. They also implementing the emergency service, Mercator Ocean implementing the marine service, ECMWF, EUMETSAT implementing C3S and the atmosphere service, as well as ESA operating the Sentinel data. So it was an absolutely nice cooperation and very helpful to the process. We are also relying this technology or this service fully on open source solution, this to foster transparency of the solution, but also trust across the contributors. At the EA, we are following a dual line or multiple line in this process. At the end, we want users to use our products. That's the ultimate goal. For this, we need useful products, of course, but users need also to find those products. So we are not only, we don't users to find Copernicus Observia, maybe they just don't know about Copernicus Observia. So we are also interested that third party or any LLM service is capable of giving accurate information on CLMS products. So we are gradually shifting from PDF files, our reports, our documents, to HTML-based solutions. And we are also ensuring that crawling and harvesting the information works well towards search engines, but also towards third-party LLM solutions. So it's all about simplifying intricate information and make it accessible or understandable to users. We have a bunch of very complex documents, so the algorithm theoretical background documents, product user manuals, 80 pages, 100 pages of complex information. And sometimes often users have to read those to understand the products. And this is where this LLM service shall help, because we have in the background the complex information and this service which tailors the reply or the information as the user is expecting it, so as the user is asking it. And this is, I think, the big value of this service. Now, a bit of technology behind. I will not go deep. I cannot go deep myself as well, but it's built on a robust and state-of-the-art open source framework. In the center, there is the European open source LLM from Mistral, the 7B. It's a fairly small model, which allows us to operate it on our EA infrastructure efficiently, I must say. And yeah, and basically not using APIs or not using cloud services. We are not forwarding the questions or this information that users are asking to third parties, so through the internet. So it's very, very GDPR compliant. The engagement, as I said, across and collaboration across Copernicus, I think, are very, very valuable and important aspects. The system is based on a RAG system, which uses an LLM at the basis, but offers only information that you put in the RAG system. So a big part of our effort was to bring validated or trustful information into that RAG system, which was done by all those that have collaborated with us in trusted entities. And then we have applied a dedicated human evaluation activity with feedback mechanisms, and also the tool offers an AI claim validity check. I will briefly mention it in a moment. Some detail about the validation process. The first point was LLM as a judge. We have been assessing the quality of each model that we have been using. We have not been using only Mistral. We have assessed the performance of these models, and at the end selected Mistral because effectively it gave, or the 7B Mistral, because effectively in our case it gave the best results. Then after this, slightly best results, so there's not much different, but also compared to its size, it's very efficient. Then we have started an internal human evaluation phase, where we have been basically, it's an internal testing of the tool with feedback loops, and today I'm happy to launch the second human evaluation phase, basically asking all you to use it, to test it, and especially also to give us feedback, which we will be able to use. The idea is to assess where are the gaps, the knowledge gaps, where is it performing well and where is it performing not well. Here, let's go into the first stress test, if you like. It works quite well also on the mobile phone. You reach it with ask.copernicus.eu. And let's see if it's capable of resisting very many requests. I guess the colleagues in the background are ready for that. It's a simple interface, which you know in ChatGPT or maybe in other solutions. So you have the welcoming and the information that it is a beta release. It's a demonstrator. And then you have a set of seed questions, which I guess all of you are also accounted with. Then the main window for asking the question, where you can type in the question, disclaimer about GDPR and EU Act, AI Act compliancy. And when you ask a question, you get a reply. You can activate the AI claim validity tool. Very important for us, the feedback. that you can give to us. If you click thumbs up, thumbs down, you can and also give full free text feedback. Very important. It replies only based on the sources that we give to the system, and every reply is covered by listening the sources. In this case, my simple question was replied based on an Observer article. And then interesting is also it generates related questions to your first question and maybe speeds up the process of further investigation. Last but not least, the credits. So I was involved in this project as from the user requirements perspective as business manager, but most of the work has been done by colleagues in the background, and here I would like to cite Antonio De Marinis, the project lead at the EA of this project, with his colleagues Tiberio Ichim, Zoltan Zabo, and our EA colleague Adrian Dascalu, and of course also the Copernicus entrusted entities for their help in testing team, human evaluation, business case support, and contest provision. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Matteo, and thanks to Julian and Peter as well. Normally I would go for a round of questions, but unfortunately we're getting behind schedule a bit, so let's not go in that direction. We have a seated lunch now, which is in the next room next door, so really that side. And we reconvene at 1:30. And then you will get more explanations about how it looks like and what it is precisely, because we're going into the fishbowl sessions. See you later. curious about what you discussed in the fishbowls. I followed half of a fishbowl, but I would like to know what was said in the others as well. We will not take long. I will not keep you too long away from your coffee. I just wanted to have from each fishbowl one of the moderators on stage. We'll start one by one. To give a very short pitch of like 3 minutes of the main highlights of what was said. Who is here for the multi-hazards fishbowl? Lucky you.
That would have been too long. Hello, I'm Lorenzo Solari. I work for the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service at the EA, and I'm the product owner for the European Ground Motion Service. That's why I thought about organizing something of multi-hazard in Europe. We were actually, I would say, from many different backgrounds, both people working on landslide, droughts, people working on heating urban areas, and so on. We started discussing how we use satellite data mainly for our purposes, and then we went into discussion of in situ data, what kind of in situ data we need for our work, and one of the topic was that, of course, sometimes reaching in situ data is really difficult because those are not provided, are under a barrier of bureaucracy sometimes. And also one big topic was how to make big data available, images, models, and also derive the products. And the message was that we need also to make them available in a fair way so that the results are understandable to people, to avoid that those data are used in the wrong way, are perceived in the wrong way, and potentially, instead of benefiting people, can, let's say, eat people with some kind of impact on their life. So that's it.
Thanks a lot. That was very efficient. Then on the data axis fishbowl. Data access fish. Matteo? Peter? Don't fight.
So, Peter Strobel, I think you saw me today already, Chair C. We talked about the solution to what you just said. How do we get this big data to the users? The answer is the cloud. The one that we have now on stock is the CDSE. We talked about that this morning, and we opened the discussion with kind of thinking about is it the one that should do it all, or how many of such clouds do we need to best serve the users and to avoid things like lock-ins or lack of competition? Did I say something wrong, or is the mic?
Is this one working? No, it's also not working. Yes,
hello?
You did.
May I have yours? Oh, the light is on.
Try.
Does
You
the
can.
light mean the mic is back? No.
No, not yet.
You have a mic?
Not yet. Yeah, but it doesn't work.
Okay.
No. But this will be the same.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Then I will just speak up. So, because we don't want to drag that too long, I think there was quite some, as far as I sensed it, there was a push to harmonize more. The user is not served with too many solutions if the solutions are diverse and require each time to kind of adapt to a different environment or using different rules. I think we agreed that especially this aspect of a common governance is something that we should exploit also in Europe on a platform where we can actually set the rules for this governance. So that was something I think that we should keep in mind in the architecture of what we call this ecosystem. It was, I think, also emphasized that the ecosystem has to be an open ecosystem, so that we should not kind of be content with the status quo, but we should make sure that we get on board additional actors, additional services, additional data. Thank you. And can save my voice a bit. And in this way, develop kind of a unique European workplace. I think that was also agreed that this would have a large value as such. And did I forget anything, Matteo? Or Julian, you're here meanwhile as well. So I think we can leave it at that. Thank you.
Those were already some good insights. Then we have the soils in our list. I think that's Manuel. He's not here. Let's see if he comes in later. Let's go to market development then.
Okay, that's me, I guess. Still works. Hello, everyone. I'm Veronica Borejko, representing European Association of Remote Sensing Companies. And in market development session, we actually discussed a lot of things. But the flow was that on one hand, we went through the challenges that service providers are facing today, not only private companies, but also research institutes. We talked a lot about the user perspective, the problems with definition of user requirement, the need of co-design with the users, but also the challenge of helping the user understand what is feasible and what is possible to be delivered to them. We also concluded this session with outlining a little bit the way forward that we would like to see, focusing a lot on the user uptake, on the growth of, and also responding to the growth of available data, fostering as well collaborations between service providers and as well users to allow for the co-design activities. And I think one of the main things that we also included is raising awareness. What we were doing today and yesterday, going for different use cases, this is something that we need to do to share outside of only our closed ecosystem. I think what was mentioned today at this stage, which we also echoed during our session, is that if the service and the capabilities are not known by the users, they won't be used. And this is also something that we reiterated in our session. And maybe one more thing which is relevant for all of us contributing to the ecosystem is harmonization and interoperability between the solutions, between the products that are being created on the market, to make sure that it's easier not only for the service providers, but really for the users to navigate between the content and between the products and make sure to then benefit from them in the best way. And with that, I will close our market development session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I first go to Grassland, the last one. José Miguel, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. José Miguel Rubio from the European Environment Agency. I had the pleasure to moderate a very lively discussion on grassland, monitoring grassland using Earth observation. We started actually with highlighting the value of grasslands as key aspect of landscapes that have a lot of economic value in the context of agriculture, in the context of livestock, biodiversity, and also the key role in the context of carbon sequestration as well. So we discussed that, and then we then presented, of course, our activities. First, the EU Grassland Watch by the colleague Geoff, in the context of how Grassland Watch provides the tools to get information about grassland, particularly in the context of the Natura 2000. As a European Commission project. And then, of course, the high-resolution layer grassland that we recently published as part of our suite of products of vegetated land cover characteristics. I will say just a few keywords about what we discussed, which were many interesting aspects, of course, being the in situ component coordinator, the in situ data is extremely relevant, but particularly in the context of grassland, we lack a lot of information. Also because what is important is not only about the definitions, which are also difficult to take into account, that we have different policy requirements as well, which demand a different approach to grassland. It's also about management of grassland. All this information is necessary. And of course, we have information in Europe, but when we try to go global, that's also a problem, no? How to get the necessary in situ data. I would also say, we discuss again the importance of definitions as well, and the importance as well to make sure that we not only have in situ data for the production of grassland information, but also for validating this information. And many other topics that, of course, it will come together with the reporting and the report of the event. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And now we could finish with the soil fish bowl, if Manuel is here, and he is. Of course, José Miguel, like you said, and it's just a flash of what has been said in the discussions. I'm sure that the people present have taken a lot more elements home than what we can summarize here in these few minutes. Please, Manuel.
Thank you, Tim. Sorry, I was still stuck in the discussion. We also had a very active discussion, I can say. Yeah, we discussed based on what is the status quo of soil products, soil-related information in CLMS, but also generally in the Earth observation domain, which initiatives are currently ongoing, what is also maybe the institutional framework, policies, where is soil really demanded. We came across, of course, the nature restoration law, and also discussed what is currently known about a potential future soil monitoring and soil health law. We also identified, of course, the need that, I mean, in situ is everywhere. We realize that every now and then, and also in the soil community, there seems to be a huge demand actually to further and more detailed and more spatially representative, but also archive in situ data. And this is an ongoing controversy in this discussion, I can say. And we also identified some needs for certain parameters. First of all, I want to say we identified the need that maybe a prioritization of what is actually needed, and also a reality check, what can be actually achieved, and what is also the role of Copernicus in soil-related information in general. I mean, we have flagship products such as on soil sealing, also European soil moisture products, but are they really delivering to what is coming? And of course, I mean, we know that, and we hear that very often, that we need to expand this. And for the soil moisture product, for example, there was a clear requirement also in terms of timeliness and spatial resolution. And then we identified potential ways forward that could be different levels of products, from basic input products that could serve the community also to use their own data and their methodologies really to provide value-added downstream products. That is the result from this fishbowl. And we closed with the need that we would actually need to continue next year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So that means we will have a General Assembly next year, and we have the first topic already. That's good. We'll have the final coffee break now, final coffee break of today. Enjoy it. We'll meet again in 30 minutes, so that's 35 past 3, when you will hear the bell for the last time today. See you. already? Ah, but yeah, it's still not switched on. I'm going to ask. Okay, for this next session, I would invite the service managers from CLMS on stage, Andreas Brink and Ushwe Tonethar.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Tim. So I hope you all enjoyed the last coffee for the day and for this General Assembly. We wanted to finish these thematic presentations or panel discussions with a panel on Copernicus 3.0. We, as we said yesterday during the intro that we had with, together with Tim, we are now preparing for the next multi-annual financial framework, and we wanted to have the opportunity to have the other entrusted entities of the other Copernicus services here to discuss what the priorities for the next MFF are. Also, in this idea of having a more, yes, thank you, or of having more coordination between entrusted entities. So, without more to say, I would like to as you might know, I'm Ushwe Tonethar. I am the lead for Copernicus at the EEA. I would like to first invite our panelists on stage. First, Corinne Derval from the Marine Service. She is head of the Portfolio and Stakeholder Engagement team on Mercator Ocean. She leads product and stakeholder engagement at a team at Mercator Ocean International, with a focus on the Copernicus Marine Service and the WCAO platform. She's leading product management, user feedback and engagement activities across digital ocean services, supports the national stakeholders and the blue economy through the Copernicus Marine National Collaboration Program, and contributes to several Horizon Europe projects aligning user needs with science and European ocean policies. Thank you for being here. Next, from the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, I would like to invite Guido Fioravanti to join us on stage. I didn't know Guido, and you will now soon see that he is not the person in the photo as well. Guido, so we made a mistake here, but okay. Guido is a statistician at drought team of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service at the Joint Research Center. He's currently working at the Joint Research Center, where he has been part of the team for the past 3 years. He collaborates with the drought team on the development of drought indicators for both the European and global drought observatories. His latest publication focuses on the combined drought indicator, which is the flagship product of the European Drought Observatory. More recently, he has been involved in the development of a heat wave and cold wave dataset, which will be soon operational in both observatories. Thank you for joining us, Guido. Next, I would like to invite Tim Lemmens on stage. We invited a director of the Atmosphere Monitoring Service to this panel discussion. Unfortunately, and due for personal reasons, she could not make it. And so Tim agreed to represent CAMS and climate change. He is our policy officer in the Earth Observation Unit at the European Commission. He's responsible for the management of Copernicus, following the land service, as well as the cross-cutting in situ coordination. And finally, we would like to invite in situ, representing the in situ component, José Miguel Rubio Iglesias from the European Environment Agency. who is since 2023 part of the Copernicus team at the agency, where he's responsible of the cross-cutting coordination of Copernicus access to in situ data, although he's also contributing to the Land Monitoring Service as responsible for EU Hydro. Before joining the agency, he worked at as a geographic engineer at the National Geographic Institute of Spain, and then as a seconded national expert at the European Commission. Thank you all very much for agreeing to be here. And without more, I would like to start now with this, the priorities of the different entrusted entities. So yesterday, we already saw what the priorities of the land service are. We have 3 of them. First is increase the policy relevance, then integration of new technology and data, and then increase of or ease of data access and distribution of products. And now I will give the floor to Andreas to present the priorities of the other services.
Thank you, Usue. So very brief, of course, this is the information we got from the different services, and maybe the easiest is if I just quickly read them out, and we will then discuss, of course, further on. So first, top left, this is the in situ component, where we have closing data gaps, strengthening partnerships, and long-term evolution. Next right is the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, with the development of operational accurate transparent tools, further development of policy integrated tools, and continuous upgrade and improvement. Then top right is our own land service priorities, which we have heard already a little bit from, is the increase in policy relevance, integration of new technologies and data access and the distribution of products. Then bottom left is the emergency management service, with risk-oriented services, enhanced predictive capabilities, and managing state-of-the-art systems in a fast-paced, evolving environment. Next is the climate service, C3S, with global Earth system reanalysis, then NRT climate snapshots of the planet, and contributing to the operationalization of climate projections. And last, it's a little bit different on what I have, but okay, anyway, I just realized. Last but not least, the Marine Service is about better monitoring and prediction, integrate Sentinel expansion mission, and include what-if scenario service line. So you see 6 services, but just by reading, you see already some interesting lines which we could draw, and we will come to that now in our questions. So over to you, Ushe.
Thank you, Andreas. So the first question is for Tim and for Guido. I will start with Tim. What do you think are the biggest challenges for the next MFF?
Sorry, give me a second. So indeed, I'm here now with a different hat. I'm representing the ECMWF colleagues. They did give us some input so that at least I can tell what they have informed us about. So what are the biggest challenges? And they're important is to ensure a coherent narrative, and also, and that came back the past days already, supporting budget whilst facing internal and external pressure on the program. And that's a sentence we could almost copy-paste to the land service as well. Maybe it will come back for your services. But that is indeed for the next MFF a big challenge also for C3S, so for the climate service and for the atmosphere service. They also added that they would like to embrace users and their needs also in the future, whilst they would explore the novel ways of doing things and include a much more extensive use of machine learning tools. So there is already a lot of modeling, a lot of machine learning in atmosphere and especially in climate, but they still want to investigate more on it or look more into this in the future.
Okay, thank you, Tim. And now the same question for Guido. What do you think are the biggest challenges for the next MFF?
Yes, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this to take part to this conversation. I work at the drought team of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, and I'm here to represent the priorities and the challenges of the Copernicus EMS. And at the Copernicus EMS, we have identified a couple of challenges related to the 3 points listed in the slide. Maybe the most important challenge for the next MFF is to keep the leading and crucial role of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service in addressing the increasing societal challenges posed by hazards such as droughts. And in this context, it's important that the Copernicus Emergency Management Service continues to effectively contribute to enhance the preparedness and security of the European Union. Another important point for the Copernicus Emergency Management Service is to enhance the engagement with a broader community of stakeholders, scientists, policymakers, with all the actors involved in managing both natural and man-made disasters. So the Copernicus Emergency Management Service must be able to adopt new and better strategies of communication and collaboration with these actors. And finally, the last challenge for the next MMF is connected with the last point listed there, maintaining state-of-the-art systems. It means that we have to embrace, we have to explore emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, digital twins, but at the same time, we have to invest in training personnel, updating infrastructures, ensuring the interoperability of different systems. The problem is that the rapid advancements of science and technology can make it difficult to plan long-term technology roadmaps within the multi-annual financial framework timeframe.
Thank you. Thank you. So from challenges to evolution, I will maybe start now with the Marine Service, with Corinne. So how would you like the Copernicus program to evolve in the next years, especially in view of the Copernicus 3.0?
Thank you for the invitation first. So yes, we need to improve our ocean monitoring and forecasting capacities in response to the growing needs of users and policymakers, as well as the increasing pressures on the ocean. So in this context, we see these three key priorities for the Copernicus Marine Service under the next MFF. So first, to better monitor and predict global ocean and member state EEZ. This includes kilometric global and regional physical and biogeochemical forecast and uncertainty based on ensemble analysis and forecast, the integration of AI-based forecast and hybrid capabilities of AI, the operational and improved interfaces with coastal models operated by member states. So for that, we have the European Horizon Europe project focus, which deals with this topic to develop innovative products and integrate Copernicus with member state service. The extension of forecast horizon for ocean physical and marine ecosystem essential ocean variables to 1 or several months. The integration of new variables for biogeochemical, like habitat, pollution, and stressors on fish species. So for that, we have also the European project Necton. And the ocean global and regional reanalysis covering last century, as well as satellite era and in situ era. and to develop the climate projection at coastal levels and for biogeochemistry variables. And so for that, we have started and leading the CLIM European project this year. And also to develop new indicators, ocean situation rooms, and science policy interfaces. And the second priority we see is to integrate the Sentinel expansion mission to improve the monitoring of the Arctic, the polar region with CIMER, Crystal, Roselle, and the coastal zone with LSTM and CHIME. And the third one depends on the integration of the EU Digital Twin Ocean Framework. And, but that is to include a what-if scenario line service with the EU DTO.
Thank you. Really, really interesting. Over to you, José Miguel, with the same questions. You know, your needs, your vision on evolutions for the in situ component.
Thank you. Is it on? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, now works. No, thanks also to for giving voice to the Copernicus in situ component. We are not really a service. We are more the activities that are carried out by the European Environment Agency are more a sort of a support to the different entrusted entities, because all the entrusted entities, all the services, and the space component, ESA, EUMETSAT, rely on in situ data. The Copernicus in situ component actually is a collaborative affair. The entrusted entities are really doing the big job when it comes to in situ data, but of course, the role of the EA is very important because we are really trying to coordinate to ensure that there is no overlap, to create partnerships that benefit all the different services. And when we look at the priorities or how we really like to see Copernicus in situ beyond 2027, we focus on these three priorities. Of course, we have heard a number of occasions here today and in previous General Assemblies the importance of in situ data and the problems that we have getting access to in situ data. So that is why closing data gaps is a key priority, and particularly thinking about how to implement this. Of course, we want to keep pushing for more open data, more access to data in a free and open manner. But we believe as well that to do so and to facilitate more access to in situ data, there is a need to increase the support to key in situ data networks. Copernicus rely on activities carried out by the member states, but not only public authorities, governmental services, but also research infrastructure. So we need to make sure that there is sustained support for this network to continue. And there are particular cross-cutting areas where we really see that there is a need for a clearer governance when it comes to in situ data. I'm thinking, for example, biodiversity is a case in point. Can we look at the creation of cross-cutting in situ data repositories for Copernicus and how this could be governed? I think that's something that we would like to see discussed and implemented in the next MFF. Partnerships are essential. Copernicus rely on many hundreds of in situ data providers and networks, so we really need to increase the acknowledgement of the value of this data to the service. So there are different ways in which we could do it. I think we having a place where we can discuss in situ data questions for the Copernicus program across the different services is important, it's essential, I think we need it. And also how we can also provide further support at national level into ensuring that the data that they provide can be utilized by Copernicus. And finally, of course, there are new missions, new products in the pipeline. They will all need more in situ data, so we need to look at the evolution. And also, of course, we have AI as well, and AI will not solve the issue. We need more data to train the AI models. So that all really, I think we need to look at that as well. We need to also to look at innovative frameworks, how we can incorporate different ways of collecting in situ data, and also maybe new ways to support and fund companies, public authorities which are providing in situ data to Copernicus.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned collaboration already in what you just said. Maybe just to stay with you a second more. Looking at the 6 services, what would be the key points there, the key mechanism also to improve this collaboration for this component?
Copernicus in situ component, we rely, the basis, the core is the collaboration across the different trusted entities. We have currently an excellent collaboration with all of them. We meet every year in the Copernicus in situ working group. But of course, we believe that there is a need for a strengthened cooperation. That's why we kicked off a new task this year, which is the preparation of let's say, a strategic framework for Copernicus in situ beyond 2027. It's an exercise that we are going to do, or are starting to do together with representatives of the different trusted entities, to establish, let's say, common rules or a kind of a way of how to collaborate more and better across the different trusted entities, how to avoid overlaps, how to benefit from the different activities. There are 4 pillars in this strategy that we'd like to evolve and to elaborate further in this strategy, which is, of course, based on cooperation. I think Copernicus in situ needs to be based in cooperation, not only across trusted entities, but also with data providers. We need to again build on fair data sets and open data as a basis. I think the Copernicus in situ component needs to be fit for purpose. So we need to have a very clear understanding of the in situ data requirements across the different trusted entities. And finally, we need to be strategic and cost effective, especially in times where there are budget cuts. I always like to remind that Copernicus is an Earth observation program, which means satellite plus in situ data, and that should also be reflected in the budget. But of course, we need to be cost effective, but also we need to be strategic. And I think, fortunately or unfortunately, we have new opportunities now ahead due to the geopolitical situation, which I would say give us some ideas of how we should evolve as well when it comes to autonomy and strategic independence when it comes to in situ data. That needs to be based on cooperation with trusted entities.
Okay, thank you. Over again to you, Rin. Very similar, so collaboration. I think we are doing big steps there within our 6 services. But I think we can, and I think we have to do much more. And just looking at your points, we could just replicate them for the land service because we have a lot of similar ideas there. How do you envisage collaborations within the other services?
So I would say first that we have already strong collaboration with the other untrusted entities. For example, for WCAO or for the implementation of the thematic hubs, the coastal and the Arctic ones. But this synergy can be and should be further strengthened. And we see several areas where collaboration could deepen by building on each entity's expertise. For example, with the land service, the revision of our joint coastal roadmap on synergy of products development for land and sea components. For the climate change service, the use of Copernicus Marine Ocean Reanalysis and the Copernicus Marine reporting activities on ocean climate, like the ocean monitoring indicators or the ocean state report. And the organization of an ocean ECV reprocessing activities to Mercator Ocean for Copernicus Marine Service and the collaboration with Climate Service. And with the atmospheric service, the provision of state-of-the-art of RC fluxes of CO2 by Copernicus to feed the CO2 monitoring and verification support. With the security service to provide ocean products relevant for maritime security, and with the emergency service, the provision of state-of-the-art sea level and wave forecast at the coast. For the coastal flooding service and the use of river modeling products from emergency service for as input for the Copernicus Marine Service. So.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this especially this coastal topic that we are working on together, I think it's very interesting. It's not only about the cooperation between marine and land, which also, but also the integration of the needs of other services. And I think that is more and more what we are seeing, what we are heading towards, this more cross-cutting type of activities, which is, I think, very interesting. Okay, thank you very much for your answers. I will, on this very same topic, so for those of you, I'm sure everyone knows, but so land is one of the environmental services of Copernicus, and then the emergency and the climate change service are more integrating or were meant to also integrate products from the environmental ones. So in this aspect, I would like to ask first, Guido, how do you see the land product integration in your service?
I would say that the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service already play an important, crucial role for supporting numerous Copernicus Emergency Management Service products. For example, you can consider land use and geobiophysical variables play a crucial role, are important inputs for the flood early warning and monitoring system, and consequently also for the drought component, as we use the products from the hydrological model list flood. So these inputs indirectly are important variables also for us, and are also important inputs for the exposure mapping component, which delivers the HSL, the global human settlement layer. We see great potentials to continue and enhance synergies between the two services. For example, one point of collaboration would be aligning the definition of the land use and land cover classes. At the moment, and this would be also very important for the global human settlement layer, for example, for the built-up layer included in the GHSL dataset. But it's important to align the definitions between the two services. Another important point of collaboration that we have to carry on is related to the new EU Hydro version 2. At the moment, the colleagues from the flood service are taking part to the meetings with the European Environment Agency and the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service to shape the EU Hydro service, EU Hydro version 2. And finally, another important point of collaboration that could bring added value and benefits for both services is working on advanced use of satellite images, for example, for images representing the vegetation health status, for example, FAPAR, the fraction of the photosynthetic active radiation. This is an important indicator as a proxy of hydrological drought. And so this could be an important opportunity of collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to Tim.
Yes, so on behalf of the Climate Service, you may have noticed that there are not that many links to land products for the time being, but they would like to improve it. And what they said is that also with the marine data, they have gone through a whole process, and in fact they followed the route but it was not a simple process. So it took a long time to find the best way to coordinate, to integrate, and so on and so on and so on. And to have all the products integrated in the ECVs. For ocean, they're getting there. That's what I got as message. So for land, the discussions have started, and they certainly want to go in that direction as well. So stay tuned, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. And then before giving the floor for any questions that the audience may have, I would like to maybe start with Mercator Ocean and ask if there are any wishes or any reflection or message that you would like to share with the audience as a representative of the Marine Service.
Yes, just a short message. As we look ahead to the next MFF, it will be essential to ensure that the Copernicus services continue to evolve, of course, but not only to respond to emerging user needs and policy priorities, but also to keep pace with the fast-moving development of the Copernicus space component.
Okay, thank you very much. Guido?
Yes, me too. A short message, very simple one. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service plays a crucial role across all phases of the emergency management cycle: preparedness, prevention, response, and recovery. Is at the heart of the Copernicus program, and it's a program grounded on satellite data, science, and collaboration. And so we need to increase innovation, but we also need to increase collaboration in order to face the challenges posed by hazards such as droughts, wildfires, and floods.
Okay, good, thanks. Tim?
Yeah, I think I can echo this based on the message I got from the Climate Service. So the climate change represents a fundamental challenge for all what we do as humans, and the Copernicus services can provide us with the tools required to inform our decisions, direct our investments, and so on, and shape our policies. That's all services, but then it's in our best interest to find effective ways to work together, and then the added value will come from our collective effort of all the services, and then we can be really, truly transformative, even more than it is now, for us as European and as global society.
Yep. Thank you. And finally, José Miguel.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I have many wishes, but I would say that the first one will be, of course, I think there is a need for increased visibility of in situ related activities in Copernicus. I hope in the next phase this is more acknowledged, and it's not only about the in situ activities carried out by entrusted entities, very important, but also the value of the work carried out by the data providers, data intermediaries as well, research infrastructures, and so on. I think it's important that we acknowledge, we give visibility to inform about the value of this data in Copernicus. And I think as well, it will be important to strengthen the collaboration, as I said before, with entrusted entities to have a more unified, to the extent possible, voice vis-a-vis these communities, no? To be able to share the requirements with them in a more unified way, because that will result in more efficient exchange, avoiding overlaps, being more consistent towards what is needed, and in general, a better Copernicus program.
Thank you. So, a lot of nice and important and really relevant messages here. In a nutshell, you have learned a little bit about our new vision and priorities for the next phase, and maybe see we can really map a little bit also the linkages and really the common, let's say, vision to collaborate also more. Now it's question time. We are, very good on time. We have really some minutes for question and answers. I don't know, Tim, do you have only one hat or two hats?
I have many hats, as you probably experienced.
So,
but
you could also have the Davies hat, if or what do you prefer? Risky, you mean?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That depends on the question.
Okay. Good, but please, any question you have to the services which are on stage here? I think it's nice that we have all these Copernicus services with us. So anything you, first question here from Livia from the FAO. Do we have a mic? Otherwise, wait, I just jumped there and then I take another one.
Thank you. Yeah, Livia from FAO. Just a question on the EU flag on policy relevant priority on the CLMS. So I was, just wondering if the policy relevance priority is also, I hope so, important for the global part of it, and what do you have in mind for that? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So in fact, we are also on stage at the Land Service. Maybe I start from the global dimension, and then you can go for the European. We certainly, and Mark Paganini from ESA also stressed this point already, to have the Copernicus services, not only the land, I think all of them, more mainstreamed in applications, in indicators, in reporting for SDGs, for the conventions. And this is, why is this? It's not, maybe we're not always the top best data set, but I think we have some key elements, a certain trust in Copernicus, reliability, operational. It's really about long time series on being there for the next years to come. And that's why I think we have to communicate this even more to the various conventions, to the SDG fora, that there's a big asset in using Copernicus for reporting purposes. And on the other hand, we still have to listen. If something is not really ready for that indicator, okay, let's work on it. Let's work on it together also, like with FAO, for example, to fine-tune this. One example is evapotranspiration. It's a very dedicated product which we discuss together in a way, and then there is, of course, a lot of other possible applications. But this I see quite critical in this global dimension.
And specifically on the photo used, because now I realize that it might have been confusing. Indeed, it is confusing. So, but it's not only about European policies, it's also about the global conventions, also the global dimension. And this is maybe what happens when you prepare a presentation for a different forum, and then you reuse it. That's the whole thing. But it's good that you mention it. Thank you. Any other questions?
John Dales from Geological Survey of Norway, and I'm part of the team that provides data for European Ground Motion Service. This is less of a question and a comment, but more of a request, the ground motion service is sort of part of land motion service, but is bounding on emergency service. Because we're studying all sorts of different hazards all around the globe using this ground monitoring. And this is affecting not just things like landslides in Norway or subsidence in Spain due to groundwater, but potentially other things like tailing dams collapses that can happen anywhere in Africa or South America, and many, many other ground motion service things. And my question maybe is to do with why many of the CLMS, or not, but rather Copernicus services are European, other ones are global. Where's the decision, where's the financing? How can we get European ground motion service to be the global ground motion service?
Well, first, I think that CLMS is the only one that has this European global difference, I think, yes. But on the feasibility to make the ground motion service global, this is something that we would need to assess. And I will now give the floor to Tim with a different hat, because it is actually, I mean, in my understanding, this is something that through the Copernicus governance bodies, it can be requested, and then it's just, in my understanding, a matter of financing and a matter of availability of in situ data that we always need to take into consideration. So when we talk about this integration and about this coordination between the entrusted entities, and also about the evolution of the land service, that will not happen if the in situ component does not evolve as well.
Because just to continue, I understand, of course, this is a European services provided by the European taxpayer. But on the other hand, we are sitting on now some services and technologies and knowledge that is really nobody else in the world has. And nobody else has the capacity to do it but us. So we sort of feel a responsibility to step forward.
Yeah, maybe to complete what Ushua said, you said it's only a matter of financial resources. Yes, indeed, but that's already a very big matter. But to put the wheels in motion, that's not always easy. So we have a whole history in the land service of all products, and there are reasons why some are European focused, others are globally focused. Things are changing over time. We've had this question already on the ground motion service, why don't you go worldwide? Typically, if the number of requests in that sense is getting higher and higher, then we can start looking into it and start looking into the budget. And then I come back to what was said yesterday, I think I repeated it as well. The typical way to push for certain priorities in any of the services or any aspect of the Copernicus program is via your your national delegates in the Copernicus User Forum, in the Copernicus committees. And that's the vehicle you can use to drive the priorities of what the different services can do. So I would certainly, we take it on board, that's for sure, but then we have to look how the financial budget is available and what can be done, what cannot be done. Unfortunately, there is always more that cannot be done. But of course, we have to take into account what all the member states tell us what are priorities, and that's where these requests come in.
Okay, I think, yes. Yeah, we have time.
Yeah, thank you 4+2 guys on the stage guiding through this podium discussion. I would like to address the following issue. We are advancing more and more faster and more precise our technologies to observe Earth observation, what's happening on the planet. But what we are still lacking, and this is a phenomenon since decades, is that we cannot really stop the tropical forest from disappearing. We can't yet stop land degrading in African countries and so on. So how shall we position ourselves towards the political decision makers to really make a change and put value on our data in terms of having a positive effect on the involvement on Earth? So being the European Commission, being a user of CLMS, this is a very short distance. I don't think that there's a communication problem, but do you see yourselves also in the duty to use the CLMS products to communicate with other political ecosystems outside the European Union to lay the finger on issues that need to be solved in sustainable development, for example.
So it's probably a question that everybody can answer. Tim, you want to?
Yeah, maybe I want to give a head start with my ECMWF hat on. Because you ask what is the relevance of what we do in the more general platform. Think of the climate report, which I don't know the precise title, the annual climate report published by the Climate Service together with WMO, correct? That has received or is receiving more and more attention. This is Copernicus monitoring and saying what's happening. It's the first step to then what decisions have to be taken, but it's not the Copernicus service taking the decisions, but we monitor very well and we inform very well about what's happening. So I think that's already a very big thing that we can do from our side. But that was only a primary remark.
No, thanks. That's a very good example. I don't know if someone else, but I can just comment on the land service and maybe on some of the new ideas and reading there from the Marine Service, this what if. You know, maybe we have to show better different scenarios. You know, if we continue like this will happen. If we take this road, this will happen. And so that we show this more with a stronger evidence. But of course, this is somehow as a Copernicus service where we stop, no? Then the decisions is in another level.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just a short remark on a presentation that we heard this morning from Federica. She was reporting about a project where there was some kind of collaboration, not only inside the remote sensing community, but together with banks and companies, so and kind of showing the way that sustainable development is not destroying markets, but still has market potential. So, and I would like to see more of these actions because they are bridging the gap between the ones who really turn the big wheels in world economies, banks and insurances and stuff like that, and us being just the reporter, the provider of information for decision making and taking action. But these kind of projects, like I think the abbreviation was LEON, isn't, in my view, a good example to go in this direction, not being just an information provider, but a catalysator, a vehicle for getting other wheels to turn. So,
oh, that's a good point. And we have some of these big players even here today. We have colleagues from IKEA, for example, which are of course very much interested in the whole EUDR process and what that means to all their kind of value chain. So what, you know, some of our data are certainly relevant. But maybe over to, yeah.
Yes, I wanted to add a comment to what Tim said, more or less the same thing, that at the JRC, we don't take decisions. What we do is providing science research in order to support policymakers. This is what we do. I think it's an important point. And specifically, what we can do as the Copernicus Emergency Management Service in order to improve the information that we provide. For example, one important point would be to go beyond just mapping hazards, but trying to adding additional layers of information relating to exposure and vulnerability in order to understand the impacts of droughts, floods and wildfires on several economic sectors and communities. This is an important point. Another important point that we can do to contribute for policy making is improving the predictive capabilities of our systems using advanced modeling techniques, integrating model projections and exploring new methods and tools.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the example of GRC, of course, a very good one. Good. Corinne, you want to add on this? Yeah, please.
Yes, maybe through the two European projects we lead at Mercator Ocean regarding Edito Infra and Edito Model Lab, we demonstrate within this project what kind of what is scenario service line could be. This service could be what if scenarios for ocean application, co-design with member states for decision making. That could be on-demand modeling and forecasting capacities using deep learning method and reference multi-scale ocean database, including simulations, reanalysis, satellite and in-situ observation and validation protocols to train deep learning models. So this is
okay, thank you. If you have still a comment, and then I think we have to close.
Yeah, very brief. Of course, I'm looking at the perspective of more upstream activities, because in situ is input to the Copernicus activities. But I think when we are thinking about how to make an impact on those making decisions, ultimately as well, when we look at in situ data, we also need to look at how these networks are funded and whether they are sustained over the years, and we need to convince the policymakers, decision makers to fund these networks. And I think there is a challenge there as well. And of course, I don't have a clear recipe, but I think communication, giving visibility of what we do, creating use cases is very, very important, showing really the value of what we do. And for that as well, it's important to really partner with those who are, let's say, champions on that side, those who may not be technicians like us, but they understand the value on the other side, on the side of the policymakers, that they can, let's say, do some, I don't know how to say, preach the value of these tools and what the results and the products to those who are making the decisions.
Okay, thank you, Ezekiel. The time is short, but it's not every day we have all these Copernicus services on stage, so of course there's a lot of questions. Maybe let's take one last question, and then we have to come to the closure, actually.
Thank you very much. Jens Danzeglocke, German Space Agency, and I have indeed a very short question. The climate stage report was already mentioned, which has great visibility. There's also the ocean stage report. I'm not aware that you produce a land state report. Maybe that's something to think of, even though it's clear it's complex, but maybe not every year, but every 2 years, a status of the land report could also be an interesting idea and receive great visibility.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just quick from the global side, of course, there's a lot of, I wouldn't say competing reports in this sense, where often we contribute, of course, then with the data, but it's not our report. Yeah, but that could be an idea.
From our side, what I can say is that so having a state of land report was something that at some point, I think it was 3 years ago, it was considered in the agency. Then the idea was taken down, and now we are slowly going back again to that idea, which I don't know how it will be materialized. What I can tell you is that we are going, the CLMS service is going to launch in this year. I think it's by the end of the year. We will launch something not comparable, but we will launch the land snapshots. And the idea is, okay, we don't have maybe the state of the land report, but we will have on a yearly basis some news on what has happened, taking taking 3 products into consideration, and then talking about what happened in the last year. So what I can say is stay tuned. Okay, thank you very much for your questions, and also I would like to ask for an applause for our panelists and thank them for being here. And now we are approaching the end of this General Assembly. Oh, and we would like to have a short outro session. And for this, I would like to invite on stage Ivan Kulis and Andrus Meiner, please. Maybe shall we sit, or do you want to be here? Okay.
Good. I think we will sit as well, so it becomes like a bit more relaxed also for us. We're all friends, yeah. Good. So we had not 1.5 very busy, very intense days. It was really great to have all this community here from, both the producers, the users, the policymakers. So I think it was again a great General Assembly. Now, of course, we would like to have, a few final thoughts for, let's say, our two heads, respective from the European Environment Agency and from the Joint Research Center. And maybe first, quickly to introduce, I would like to ask maybe first Andrus.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Andrus Meiner, Head of Unit Earth Observation in the European Environment Agency. The unit is relatively new, established in 1st of January of this year by this name. But I have been in the service of the agency for quite some time. In different incarnations, we have been called land systems, ecosystems assessment, but the topic is still the same: how to characterize our land resources and what comes with this. Often it has been springing off to urban, agriculture, forest, the soil, and so on. Yes, but currently it is Earth observation, and I'm quite happy about this, because this also signs the evolution of and maturation of Copernicus in the European Environment Agency. In my past career in the EA, I have been also in charge of different assessment products, contributing to State and Outlook of Environment reports, being instrumental in assessing the coastal zones of Europe, and few other topics like this. By education, I'm a geographer and have a degree in environmental resource management. Thank you.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Ivan, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon again. So my name is Ivan Kulis, and I'm head of Unit Nature, Conservation and Observations. As it is within the institutions, the name of the unit has changed, and there were different iterations. It was at a certain moment a knowledge management unit, and then it was focused more on kind of putting things together in terms of research and knowledge, and now it has changed a little bit the focus. So I think in terms of, well, by the way, I'm kind of a bit an odd in the crowd, because I have a degree in economics and in literature. So sometimes when discussions get very technical, I look at Andreas to help me understand some very technical intricacies. But I joined the commission. I joined the JRC 7 years ago, and I immediately joined this unit. And it was very clear that the potential of Earth observation was already very big in terms of the uptake, in terms of policy challenges that we were facing. And within JRC, we had an event last year which celebrated actually 50 years of Earth observation at JRC, and we are talking really about very first images. And today within the JRC, Earth observation is actually one of the strongest competences, and it's not necessarily only in a unit, it's really embedded across different units within the directorate and also across different directorates we have in the institution. And then indeed I have the privilege since I arrived in the Commission, I had the privilege to support the launch of the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation. And I have the privilege indeed to work with Andreas on global part of the land service, and also big pleasure to work with the colleagues in EEA on overall management of the land service.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this introduction. First, I will just to put you in perspective of the numbers of this General Assembly. We had more than 380 registrations to the Assembly, and 170 persons attended in person here on both days, which is, I think, a great success. We've had more than 230 views on YouTube on the first day, and more than 100 visitors of the online posters. And I think that it's also a good opportunity, and this is also related to what I was going to say, it's also always a good opportunity to meet all together, to talk in person, to enjoy and have some coffee and have some laughs and so on. So I would really like to thank you all for coming here. And if you go to the first one, I will first do a short summary of the day one and then give the floor to Andreas for day two. On day one, we started somewhere where you were not invited, actually, which was in the observatory here in Krakow. The CLMS team joined there, and we saw the antennas and the telescopes. It was really impressive. Then what we did is we made a short summary of what happened in 2024, or what happened since the last General Assembly. 2024 was a very challenging year for the CLMS. I think we did very well, thanks to a great team, by the way. And we had a great revision of the whole, a great presentation of the whole portfolio, which was really, really interesting. We also had the opportunity to see the launch of the LCFM. And I think that's a major milestone in the service, and also to be acknowledged to the GRC for the effort. We also, as key milestones, the publication of the high-resolution vegetated land cover characteristics for the first time, yearly crop type and crop patterns publication at European level. Also the NCP, the evolution of the NCP and the migration to the CDSC. And finally, something I'm really keen of doing, which is the marketplace, and where you have the opportunity to meet the people who are working on the creation of those products. And I think that it's very interesting to talk and to meet them in person, and have the opportunity also to think a bit about the evolution of those products that then will be embedded also in the evolution of the service as a whole.
Good, thank you. So, busy first day, but even more busy, I would say, today. A full day, very rich of very interesting session. And we started the day with a very interesting policy panel. We had DG Agri with us, we had DG Klima, and then the Knowledge Center on Earth Observation between JRC and DEFIS. And we listened a lot to, how CLMS is used or it's not used, what we need to improve, why it is not used. So a lot of interesting, recommendations also from this policy panel, and in view of our next Copernicus 3.0 phase. Then a very, rich session by our colleagues and friends from the European Space Agency, from ESA, which, showed, first of all, the latest updates in terms of the expansion missions, and, how eventually they are useful for the Copernicus services, and then, of course, also the Explorer missions. And then, a big list of research and development projects, where, several of them could be really interesting to be then, uptaken by the land service. Of course, this is then something that, needs to be discussed with the user community on the real requirements on that, but there's a lot of possibilities there. You see a lot of pages today. Next was an interesting presentation by the Polish University, again on how our data is used or not, and why. What are the issues? What are, if we want to really address the national scale, what are the limitations there? And of course, we have to listen to this. We have now the NCP, which is really addressing this, so a lot is happening there. Then we had the big CDSC session, where we got the latest updates on the CDSC itself. But then again, 2 more launches. So I think this year was really a record General Assembly. We launched the onboarding of first the global component. So let's say Dumbo is flying. Then we are then following with the pan-European part. And then also launch of the Observia AI interface, and the beta version is there, and we're really, looking for your feedback to further improve this. Good. Next was then the fishbowl, and we heard, of course, the summaries. So don't want to address more than that. I think that was summary of today.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much. So now I will start with the questions. I will first start with you, Andrus. We've seen what we've highlighted, but I would like to know from you, what would you like to highlight from this year's General Assembly?
Thank you. Well, I think the highlight is that General Assembly is maturing. So it's maybe not what you expected, that I will say some grand hit now. I think the whole thing is getting clearly more mature. I would say there is a rather good mix of different formats also. I like the informal setting the scene session that you had, because it created immediately the atmosphere that we are really in conversation here and exchange rather than lecturing to the audience what's going on. So there has been much of praise for structured portfolio presentation, which was really a good example how to present the complex thing in such a way that everybody is still following it. I like the teasers of the posters, because it's so easy to put up the posters and then complain that people are not enough informed. So this little session of teasers is a good approach. Well, we had inspiring keynote speech. We have marketplace, fishbowl. They're all different formats, and that's why I think that the good mix is the highlight of the General Assembly for me.
Thank you, Andrus. Ivan?
Thanks. So for me, it's about the mix, maybe a different cut on the mix, and it's about the trajectory, right? So you see the posters, they very much show where we are currently with the products. There is a whole trajectory of the past, how the products have been used, how they have evolved. There were sessions that captured the state of play on certain topics, and there are the launches. The launches where actually you see the future of the trajectory. The Observia, you see the land cover and forest mapping, okay? So you really see how the service will evolve also in the future. So you have this whole kind of trajectory from where we come from and looking into the future. And then on the formats, I think on the mix, so there is the mix in terms of formats, which I liked a lot. The formal, informal, the fishbowl, the sessions which are really here to build the community. Yeah? These are not the sessions that are here to explain and to present only, and then people just take notes. It's really an interactive format where we can all engage, and I think this is great. And then in terms of mix, I think it's really a mix of users, of producers, of policy, if you want, policymakers, of private sector. So it's also a very good mix that we managed to get here in terms of participants to the event.
Yeah, thanks. So I really like that you sense this feeling of community, because that's really what we want to achieve also with this type of event. It's the second General Assembly. You were present already at the first one. Before that, we had these 2 land user events. What is your idea? How can we grow in terms of General Assembly? For the next one, and then for the next after that, maybe Ivan will just continue.
So I will use the word which you said is not really kind of mind-blowing, but it's the maturity, right? And the maturity, you know, we can talk about bringing the community together, but the community needs to mature. It needs to have a certain iteration of events so that it can come together, so that it can coalesce, right? So I would say evolution, yes, you know, building very much on where we come from, because this community aspect is really fundamental for the service. You know, this is the message I've been saying from the very first time I was at the land event. Yeah, so I think it's really, and then I would think, if we are thinking about maybe how we can evolve, I don't know, I think enlarging the community even further, maybe, I don't know if there is a possibility to have even more users. Yeah, I think we have a lot of producers here, but maybe, you know, we can have a dedicated session for users more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Andrus, how do you see the event? You know.
Yes, I'm quite satisfied with the development. Well, the word "grow" is kind of asking for something very substantial to say, but I think that we already have a rather good organization of the event. I would come back to my mix, but in this case it's different angle on the mix. Namely, I find it good that the mix of technical policy and user-oriented aspects is all balanced here. So I think that we need to go the same direction. I think that synchronization with EU presidency is a good find. It's not the first time, right? Last year it was as well. It provides a good highlight for a country who is in the highlight anyway. So I think it's a smart way to do. Yeah, we have a stable audience, I would say now, and we have still new faces as well, also from outside of Europe. I think it's very important that we have people learning from our experience. Of course, the global products are relevant for them anyway, but in pan-European products, we often drill into the depths of the things, trying to respond to EU policies. So that's why I think that going on in the same direction, just becoming more ambitious, but not necessarily expand, would be my recipe for the growth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just to comment,
yeah.
So, you know, it's not just by chance that we are in Poland, in Krakow. So stay tuned, or you can already think where we will be the next time if you follow the presidency.
Spoiler is quite far, but it's nice. Now everyone is Wikipedia. Well, some, they know it by heart, I know. Okay. I will now jump to, because you have already answered to what was my next question on the wish list for the next year. So I will go directly to ask you a question, especially only for you, Andrus. So Andrus, he will be retiring later this year, unfortunately. For me, but for you probably not. Along the years, you have you have seen the EU-based environmental monitoring evolve, surely, and I would like to, in your opinion, to tell us how do you see the evolution of Earth observation for environmental monitoring evolve, and also specifically for the land service in the next years.
Well, thank you for paying attention to my humble person. Well, now I have opportunity to solve all the problems in the world, yes. Well, I thought what to say on this point, and I would start with Slido, because Slido brought up the word monitoring, and I was really happy to see this. It was in the lead from the very beginning, and there were some movements, but monitoring stood as a rock. And this is also, in my view, a little bit characterizing my own way. So when I started my career, I was involved in modeling of geospatial systems, which required also some monitoring. I did field work, so I went out there and took the samples and created the in situ database for my own purposes. But I also started to eye different geospatial technologies. At that time, even GIS software was a rarity. And then soon after that also came in the images. So I was trying to characterize the catchment by using AVHRR, 1.1 kilometer imagery, and combining it with the Landsat imagery, trying to find out what is the relation between these two. These were the first steps, and now we are with CLMS. So it's a huge development which has happened in between. A few years ago in our agency, I came to kind of recognition of the 3 phases of environmental monitoring. I articulated this for myself in such a way that in the first phase, the traditional monitoring or monitoring in situ was or is predominant way to characterize the systems. And then we use Earth observation as some backdrop or some addition to this, helping to add a little bit more. But then comes the next phase when Earth observation matures and it comes next to the in situ methods. And this is where both domains are complementing each other, sometimes maybe even competing, but they are next to each other, and I think this is where we are now. But this is not the end. So in my view, the third phase of environmental monitoring is where the automated methods, such as provided by Earth observation, including CLMS, becomes the predominant supplier of the bulk information, which is fine-tuned, validated, checked by in situ information, sometimes also complementing where Earth observation still has no possibility to add. So this is where we are clearly on the way, and that's why I also was happy to hear yesterday when colleague Fred Stolle was speaking about revolution as where we need to go. What were the main components of this revolution? It was data access, it was new methods like AI, artificial intelligence, and it was also policy-relevant, policy-ready data. So I think that this is pretty much corresponding also to the priorities that we have identified in the CLMS. And I was even checking during the last session, absolutely by coincidence, these were the same topics. So that's why I think that this is the way how I also see the evolution of the Earth observation in the next years. And maybe that's enough to say about this.
Thank you, Andreas.
Yes, so you followed, all these evolutions, and maybe, just the last comment on, we know what your dream will be in the very near future. But do you have any, last dream or suggestion for Copernicus 3.0? You talked already about AI, about all these technologies, but...
Yeah, I think that there should be no way back. That's what I would really wish. I could a little bit complain also that we are perhaps a bit too slow. Well, I witnessed the geospatial methods, so-called GIS, Geographical Information Systems, coming and maturing in about 30 years. Well, Earth observation is around for at least 50 years now. But we are still speaking now that we need to increase the policy relevance. Policy-ready data has been mentioned. That's why I think that it would be great if we somehow find a way to speed up of this. And also that with changing political priorities, there should be found opportunities to resource the Copernicus, including CLMS, also in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Ivan, we just have listened to Copernicus 3.0, to the various, services and their, priorities. From that, what are your big ideas, your big dreams for our program?
Yeah, no, so thanks for the question. These are very nice open questions. So I think, I don't know, Andrzej, it's true, 50 years and we are still there talking about the same things. It's true, but we are making lots of progress, I would say. And sometimes it's about, I really think in the last few years we made the big push. So something that we can all be very proud of. And I would say, if we look at Copernicus program in terms of evolution, I would say stronger, even stronger alignment between different interested entities, even more collaboration there, really to have an optimized and powerful service. I would say integration of socioeconomic data as much as possible, so that we really have this multifaceted, tool. And I don't know, if I were thinking, in terms of, if I could summarize it, sometimes in my simple mind, the way I say it's basically we need, we went from images, then we went to gathering data, then we went to understanding data, then we went to, from data to action, whatever. I think now it's really about this intelligence. How can we get intelligence? In our case, we are speaking about the policy intelligence, that can help really steer, inform, and support the policy actions. And it's really, I always think about this in terms of mature toolbox. So it's the question of toolbox that's getting more and more mature. I think in that sense, your word of maturing is actually very, very, very relevant. You have mature toolbox with products that can be used across different policy areas in a very agnostic manner. And there is just this intelligence, kind of earth intelligence, if you want, that we can get through these tools that are really used by policymakers. That would be my dream.
Good, thanks a lot. Yeah, it's a fast-changing world, a fast-changing technology. I think as Copernicus, we have a bit the objective to also ensure continuity. That's also what we stand for, not only, of course, to be state-of-the-art, but to have this continuity and this operational part, really. That's what it is about. Uzwe.
No, I would, just to finish, maybe we will start with you, Ivan. If there are any wishes or reflection or take-home messages that you would like to share with the audience?
Okay, so wishes for the audience, I would say, well, let's keep working together, let's keep growing together, let's keep maturing together. And sometimes you go to these speeches and then, of course, you make formal speeches, you have things which colleagues have written up, you read them, and, then you go into, again, a series of formal meetings. Somehow, when I come to these meetings, I really feel it's kind of, maybe it's kind of not appropriate to say it also because we're in streaming, but I feel sometimes it's like a rock concert. You have the group of people that have the same vibe, that breathe in the same way, that think in the same way. And you are there, I don't know, Lenny Kravitz, you are there in the first row and you look at the guy and there's the whole kind of mass of people around you that moves and breathes with him. This is the atmosphere I pick when I'm here, even if we are obviously in a very formal environment, even if obviously everything is very, very organized and we don't jump and shout. But I think it's really this is the message that I want to take home and that I hope we can all take home. Really, let's keep growing together, let's keep breathing together, and let's keep working together.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are not Lenny Kravitz. But if there are someone in the audience that next year wants to play it, you are invited to do so, and we will make sure there's a slot for you. And Andrus, any reflections?
Yes. I was thinking that that we are a great group of people already here, much like-minded. But what about the young generation? We do have a lot of young faces here, but I wonder how many PhD students or trainees are here. Can you raise the hand? Huh? Yeah. Yes, maybe this could be a bigger number. Maybe we could think of a word of the young CLMSer, yes, something like this. But because this is always I think a thing to think of. And the second thought I had was that we could also have more demonstration cases where CLMS makes difference, so that we present some so-called real-life problem, which is independent of technology, which everyone understands and agrees with, and then we show how Copernicus can help to solve this, or at least to supply information for these solutions. Yeah.
Very good ideas. Thank you very much. I think we are now about to close. I would like to thank the panelists. Maybe if you would like to give them an applause. And especially thank you, Andrus, for your patience with me in general, not only now. And of course, thank you all the team that has been putting together this General Assembly. Every year it's challenging, and every year I see more and more that we have a great team, and that can be totally relied on. Also, thank you for, especially for my team, for their patience, because I came back from a workshop saying, "Hey, I was in a fishbowl. Let's do this," and then they did it. And thank you very much for that. And anything else, Andreas? Nothing much?
No, I like that we test new formats. Some, colleagues, friends told me, I like this informal setting. It really gives the feeling that we are a community. And as I said already, this is what we want. And I like, yes, we should bring more the youth as well. To keep a good balance between, yes, the industry, but also the users and the policies, and then, our new generation, basically. I'm very happy with this General Assembly this year. It was, I think, for me at least, I feel it was a great success. It's not finished.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, we have tomorrow the Global Network of Users, and we have the General Assembly of the National Collaboration Program. And we are going to start preparing for the next one already. So, and I hope that you have already found out which country holds the presidency next year's first semester. So you can start planning your trip there. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
So, all great rock concerts end at a certain moment, so we have to end as well. I would also want to thank, just like Ushue said, the organizing team here, and a special thanks to Amal, Claudia, Laura, Sarah, Anne-Katrien, Sean, Frida, Jennifer, Hayden, and Michelle. So, thank you all once again, both on site and online, for your enthusiastic participation in these 2 days. For the ones here in Krakow, please join us for the closing reception and dinner in the foyer here outside the room. And then I have some important information that I had to pass you. Please remember that those who registered for the guided tour need to gather in the food court area at 6 p.m. So the food court area that is upstairs, the area in between the buildings, which is covered with a glass roof, so it's inside, outside. You know what I mean. And don't forget to wear your badges, because that will be the check-in that they will do at 6 p.m. And wear comfortable shoes. Those on the waiting list, please join at 6 as well, because then we will see if there are still places left. The ones that cannot join, please also inform us as soon as possible, because that means that there will be free spots available for others. The cloakroom closes at 6 p.m., so collect your bags and coats before, otherwise they will be locked away. And for the poster owners, please take away your posters before you leave, otherwise as well they will be disposed by the end of the evening. If you have more questions about this or about the guided tour, ask Sean or Amal at the reception. That's it. So to our online audience in the camera, thank you and see you tomorrow in the global network of users. Meeting starts at 9 a.m. Please remember that we will be streaming that session via Swapcard, so not this streaming channel. And don't forget to check your emails to have the right link to that. For all our in-person participants here in the room, thank you for joining us in Poland. Safe travels back. We hope to see you again in high numbers next year, or higher numbers even. And although we have not yet released the location or even decided formally on it, by now you can have a good guess where it will, where it could be. It may be quite far, as Ujo indicated. Thank you.